Pete Beach. Today is Monday, September 9th, 2024. It is 6 p.m. Let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Vice Mayor Mulholland.
Here.
Commissioner Marriott.
Here.
Commissioner Robinson.
Here.
Commissioner Reznicki.
Here.
Mayor Petrilla.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Do we have any amendments to the agenda as proposed for the budget meeting?
Mr. Mayor, I just want to be certain that I will be allowed to ask some questions before we actually vote on the two items before us.
Of course.
Okay, thank you.
I would like to request that we move the presentation from State Representative Linda Cheney to right after the audience comments in this meeting.
Are we not doing the budget meeting first?
We are in between the audience comments and the presentation on the budget meeting, if we can do the check presentation so that the representative and her staff don't have to.
Understand, so we're not modifying the agenda for the main meeting right
We're
now,
modifying.
with the exception of the one item you're speaking of.
Yeah, I'm asking if we can move the check presentation to right after the audience comments.
Understand, thank you. I'm a little slow on the takeout.
It's all right.
I was with you. So for the budget portion.
Yes.
That helps. Yes. Sure.
Okay. Can we please have a motion to amend the agenda as proposed?
I make a motion to amend the agenda for the Budget Committee meeting, or the Commission budget meeting as proposed by the mayor.
Second?
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Marriott.
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson.
Yes.
Commissioner Reznicki.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mulholland.
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Do we have any audience comments?
I do. I have two on non-agenda items, and then I have two on agenda items.
Thank you.
Vince Tormenia. You can come to the podium, please.
If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
I am Vincent Tormenia. Good evening, everybody. Good luck to you. And I'm here for what's been going on with the past city manager. And I'm looking for accountability. I've sent to the new city manager, the Ethics Commission. I hope that you all do fill this out. You could send it to all people, the residents. We need to get it done. There has to be accountability and prosecution for what went on. We need to get our money back. So I hope that you could do something with that. As far as the stormwater sewer tax, I've been paying that for 14 years. This happened in 2010, what just recently happened with our past city manager here, which I don't want it to happen again. I'm done, you know, shelling out and giving pensions and everything else, and they take the money and take off. So this needs to be addressed, okay? We have drainage ditches from, I spoke to Rob McDaniels in Swift Mud, that DeSantis's office sent it down to him to contact me. There is money there. There's no timeline of when to fill out the application, but plans must go with it. And they will help with the seawalls. They will help with, there's millions of dollars there, he said. And for 10 years, there's been nothing from our city. So it's a simple application. Your plans, they come down and everything. I think I sent it off to Frances already on that too. And she's sent it to Amber to get it distributed. So, and that's it. So, I won't do any more, Joe. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Karen Boyer.
If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. My name is Karen Boyer. I live at 2162 West Vena Del Mar Boulevard. I've been a resident of St. Pete Beach since 1990. Sort of a throwback here. I want to give you a glimpse of what this has become, the city of St. Pete Beach. I will start by telling you it was my pride and joy to live in St. Pete Beach. I found this to be not only a beautiful, but a relaxing place. If I'm long-winded, I'm sorry, I'm disabled and it takes me a little bit of a long time. Several months ago, my husband and I had to put in 2 new air conditioner units to our home. That was the easy part. Writing the check was the easy part. In an attempt to get the permit closed, we had to, of course, have the inspection. The individual that came out to our home was incompetent, rude, and disrespectful more than once. So the first time he came out, he failed us, closed, said we didn't make the property available. He sent a very nasty note to our contractor, Island Air, with a picture that said, well, I was at the door and they refused entry to the property. Well, he was at a door. He was at the wrong door, despite the large numbers on the front of my house. Couldn't read. Same thing happened a second time with the same person. I started calling and emailing the city. None of my contacts were answered. In fact, the emails were never even opened. As a tax-paying resident, I had to get in my car and drive down to this building to get an answer from somebody. That's disgraceful. Even worse, today, currently, I have sewer pouring from inside my house onto my front lawn. It's like a third world country at a very high price. So I had a backup in my house. I had a plumber dig up my whole front lawn. And they were able to get access to put a camera down in the pipe and saw that the problem is clearly coming from the city's property in the street, not in my home, not on my property, not on my torn up lawn. So I have an exposed sewer pipe. If I flush a toilet, God forbid, it goes right out onto my front lawn. So today we were visited by an inspector from the city of St. Pete Beach. This is after hours of phone calls last night to get some help, hours of phone calls this morning to get some help. Finally got a visit from an inspector from the city of St. Pete Beach who told us, I'm sorry, I'm a little slow, who told us that we were going to be responsible for a $5,000 bill to build a clean-out pipe in the city's easement in order for them to help us. $5,000. My husband questioned his decision, this inspector, and we were told, well, we don't have any money. I should not be forced to be a part of the fundraising effort for this city on top of paying taxes and paying dearly and now paying for a hotel so that we can stop having to go to the bathroom in buckets in our house. Okay? Would we treat our tourists like this? Absolutely not. Okay? We're making sure that the tourists in all the nice hotels have nice new facilities and they can flush their toilets. I ask that this city move in the right direction and pay the same attention, if not more, to the people who actually live here, not the visitors, not the hotels. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you.
David Hubbard.
David Hubbard, Bocasaga Isle Drive. I'm speaking as a private citizen, not as a planning board member. So we were at, or I was at the public comment of the last commission meeting, and couldn't stay, had to go home. And about half an hour after we got home, there's a flash of light, a tremendous explosion, and a palm tree in our backyard is on fire. And I've actually got a picture of it.
You can rotate it.
So I call 911 because there's flaming embers blowing off of this tree into our house. And the time between me speaking my address to the 911 operator and a sheriff's deputy arriving in my backyard was under 6 minutes. It was maybe 5 minutes, 20 seconds. And less than a minute later, Truck 24, Lieutenant Wing, Firefighter Bosch, Firefighter Benefield were at my house. So I just, sorry, I'm a little emotional. I just wanted to come and publicly acknowledge our first responders and say it was really a great experience that I could call 911 and have them there protecting my family that quickly. So I have this picture, if you're able to show it. Okay. And then I got this one too. Ooh. So, thank you.
Thank you.
I have no other non-agenda comments.
Thank you. Great. Next, we'll have the check presentation with State Representative Linda Cheney.
Have your name on it?
Just me or you? Yeah.
Linda. So RJ Myers, your former lobbyist, and Mayor Petrilla and I discussed the needs in St. Pete Beach, and we came up with flooding was a pretty big issue. And in talking with Mike Clark, I said to him, you know, Mike, if we're going to do something about stormwater, I want to make sure that that water that we're putting into the bay is filtered before it goes in, not just runs off the street. And Mike promised me that in the stormwater system that I've gotten some funding for, that they're going to do that. So we're going to have water moving out of the streets better with this project, and it's going to be cleaner before it goes into the bay. And I want to also thank my fellow legislators who approved this all the way through the process in the House and in the Senate, and then across the governor's desk. I don't know if you know, but at least half of the appropriations that came out of Tallahassee this year got vetoed by the governor, but this one did not. He knows how important St. Pete Beach is to me and all of the residents and the resiliency here. So I thank you, Mayor Petrilla, for working so hard to help me with this. $625,000. We tried to get a lot more, but we're just happy that we got something. So these are your taxpayer dollars that went up to Tallahassee, did a big loop, and came back down. So here you go.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. And Mike, I'm holding you to it.
Thanks. We certainly want to thank State Representative Cheney for all the work that she's done on behalf of the city. You know, between the $2 million for the new fire station and Paso Grill, you know, $600,000+ for stormwater, and you know, I can't say how much we appreciate everything that she's done for us, and I know we're certainly going to appreciate it today as we're, you know, discussing our budget for 2024. So thank you so much. All right, with that, we move into our budget presentation.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners, and community members. Our current Finance Director, serving in a contract role, Andrew Laughlin, will be giving the majority of the presentation this evening and also a brief introduction since he's not had a chance to be in front of the community yet. But tonight you're going to mainly see the changes that the prior commission discussed at the 2 budget workshops in the June-July timeframe, with some organizational changes that I was able to work with Andrew and the team on introducing into the fiscal year 25. I do want to go over those briefly since I know there was a lot of discussion about org charts and reorganization. You can expect from me over the course of the next year probably to see more, but I wanted to address some of the most urgent reorganizations that I thought would serve the city better. I'm proposing that we eliminate the Chief Operating Officer position and replace it with an Assistant City Manager that will oversee the library, Parks and Recreation, facilities, parking management, and risk management for the city. The risk management piece will be the liabilities and claims, while the workers' comp will remain in human resources. Our community development department will now be made up of just building, code compliance, and planning. And I will be moving transportation to the Public Works Department, who will oversee transportation planning and implementation for the city. It really makes more sense for it to be there since they do build and construct our streets. And so I'm kind of a cradle to grave kind of manager. If you build it, you should manage it and plan it. So I'm trying to move in that direction. And lastly, I mentioned risk management moving into the city manager's office. That was moved out of finance. So finance will only be overseeing accounting, general finance and budget, and our payroll functions. We also have some key funding changes that Andrew was able to, in working with the department heads, realize that there were some major projects that needed to be funded, and he will go over those details with you tonight. So with that, Andrew, if you could introduce yourself and help us walk through the budget this evening.
Sure. Thank you very much, City Manager Ropistelli, and Mayor, Vice Mayor, fellow commissioners. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. As Fran mentioned, my name is Andrew Laughlin. I'm with the company Aclarion. Aclarion provides both technology and people solutions to local governments throughout Florida. On the technology side, we offer an ERP accounting software and related products. And then on the people side, we provide consulting and outsourced services to local governments of all shapes and sizes throughout Florida. So they can be project-based, and then also on a longer-term basis, we do things from helping clients catch up on bank reconciliations, audit preparation, budget preparation, outsourced payroll needs to help process payroll, all the way to outsourced finance director. And so me specifically, I took an interim role as finance director for the city of Madeira Beach, down the pond a bit, and that was just a short-term interim role 4.5 years ago, and I'm still there. So I've been the outsourced finance director for the city of Madeira Beach for about 4.5 years. So I've got a pretty good understanding, do a lot of work with Pinellas County as well in the clerk's office. So I've got a pretty good understanding of Pinellas County finances and operations and a little bit of politics. So happy to be here in this role and help you all through the budget adoption process. And what I wanted to start with was just an overview. So obviously a budget is future forecasting, but before I went down that road and we approved the millage and the budget ordinance, I want to kind of step back a little bit and give you a financial overview from a historical perspective. And so let's look at some trends over the past 6 years on inflows and outflows and fund balance and net position by fund, look at our cash and investment portfolio, and just give you a bit of a historical perspective to help you just be more informed and make better decision making and ask good questions when it comes time to budget related issues. So that's what I wanted to do for you before we dove right into those two ordinances. So I prepared a presentation and just kind of want to go through page by page, give some quick insight into that. And then, of course, at any point, any time, please stop me, ask questions. No question is silly. Believe me, I'm happy to answer anything you might have. Sounds good? Get started? Okay. So just going through on the financial overview agenda, we've got 5 items. We'll go through inflows and outflows by fund, function, division. That's basically the accounting and in essence, the financial reporting of the city of St. Pete Beach. So it's by fund, and within each fund we have inflows and outflows, and we'll look at them all by fund itself, and then within the fund, the functions, and then divisions at a more detailed level. And then we'll look at kind of the overall financial health of the city by fund, and look at namely the fund balance, net position overview of all funds. Then we'll get specific into the fund balance of the general fund, and specifically the unassigned fund balance. Then we'll get into...
Did you want that PowerPoint up on the screen?
That would be helpful, sure.
Can you email it to me quickly? I'm going to work with the IT director.
Sure, no problem. One moment. Just keep you in suspense for a couple minutes while we send this email. Okay, so that's on its way. You would like me to keep going while she's receiving it? Sounds good. Okay. So in the first one, just inflows and outflows by fund. So this is just, so what we did is I provided you with a 6-year historical perspective from the audited financial statements of the city from 2023. That was the last year the city underwent its audit. We're still in fiscal year 2024. We'll be ending on September 30, and then going through a laborious audit preparation process as we get to then issue the audited financial statements probably in the spring of 2025. But provided last 6 years of historical data on, did you get that email? Perfect. On the inflows by fund. So you can see in this chart at first, general fund has the highest, so definitely earning the highest revenues in the general fund, and the vast majority of that is your ad valorem taxes. So just to put in perspective, ad valorem tax revenue for the city in the general, it's all recognized in the general fund. That's a little over $14 million. We're budgeting a little over $15 million in 2025. And then the next highest is your parking revenue at about $4 to $5 million in parking. So ad valorem tax revenue far and away the highest. And then you can see wastewater fund and capital improvement projects fund are your next highest funds. Wastewater fund are from charges for services that you see on your utility bill. And then on the capital improvement projects fund, there is a dedicated revenue source. That's your penny for Pinellas tax revenue. It's also called the discretionary surtax. But then also, to fund all these capital projects, the capital projects fund does receive annual transfers in from the general fund to help fund those CIP projects. And then on the next page just shows some of the detail behind that bar graph. So you can see whereas general fund's the highest, then the wastewater fund, reclaimed water fund, and you can see the capital improvement projects fund is $7.4 million. So highest is general fund, then wastewater, then capital improvements projects fund are your 3 largest funds in terms of inflows per year.
Andrew, could I ask you a question? Excuse me here.
Sure.
Because I want to be able to follow. You mentioned on the prior one the parking, but I don't see which bar is parking. What category does that follow?
Yeah, great question. So right now we're just looking at inflows by fund, and all those parking revenues are in the general fund. So the general fund you can see in 2023 has $29.76 million. A lot of that is ad valorem taxes to the tune of about $14 million and change. Next highest is parking. Then is probably utility tax at $1 million, $2 million, get franchise fees. So those are your highest revenue sources. So all that's embedded in the general fund and revenues. Great question. So that's inflows. Now just getting into outflows over the last 6 years. You can see again, general fund far and away the highest spender. A lot of divisions within the general fund, a lot of different services we provide out of the general fund, plus a lot of transfers out of the general fund to support other funds, namely the capital improvement project fund. Then you also see high, probably the second highest is that capital improvement projects fund, and then probably the wastewater fund. So inflows and outflows kind of match as far as your three highest funds, general fund, capital improvement, wastewater. And then you see your detail on the next slide. So perfect, looks like we've got that pulled up. And so we can just go to page 6 of that document.
Another question, Andrew, since you're going through this, in 2020, just to have a little bit of story with it, seems to be the year that had the greatest influx and outflux. Could you give a little bit, a summary as to why it was so significantly different from the other years? It's like the outlier, you know, if you look.
With regard to general fund outflows?
Yeah, general fund outflow and influx, right? Both of them are significantly higher than any of the years, 2018, 2019, 21, 22, or 23.
Yeah, good point. That could be grant related. Anytime you ask a question I don't know the answer, I'm going to say, look, I've only been in the job 19 days. That's my go-to response. I've got that in my hip pocket. I've only been here 19 or so days, so bear with me. But I can certainly get back to you and give you the details behind that. Typically, that looks like just kind of maybe a one-off if it was a big capital project that was grant funded. That generally accounts for it, but I can go and do some digging and give you a specific answer at a later date if that's okay.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay, great. So then on the outflows side, then we talked about that, those are your highest. And then the next page, just the outflows by function. So then getting into on the functional side, our functions are general government, public safety, public works, culture and recreation. Then we have capital outlay kind of on its own in that capital improvement projects fund. We've got debt service as well. Transfers out as its own function, wastewater, reclaimed water, stormwater. So just showing a kind of an annual year-by-year comparison of those functions. And so and the next page after that shows your detail. So general government, public safety, public works, culture and recreation, all that's incorporated into the general fund, because I mentioned we've got many, many divisions in the general fund that roll up into departments that roll up into functions. And so public safety, for example, would be your law enforcement, your fire, your EMS, or your main ones in public safety. So just giving you some historical perspective there, and yes, good call on a little bit of an outlier in 2020, and I'll look heavier in that and give you some detail. It looks like, as you can see here, and something in public safety. Mm-hmm. So 12.9 million in public safety on the outflow side. So if that was some kind of public safety related grant, I'll find out the details on that.
Anybody remember COVID year, pandemic year?
Yeah, that was 2020.
Yeah, so that's a good point. So the city received coronavirus relief funding around that time, so that's probably pandemic related, and then subsequently we actually have an ARPA fund, and we'll talk a little bit more of that in the budget adoption in that ordinance as a preamble to passing that, because I do have some commentary on ARPA. But those were the two sources of funding that both counties and municipalities received: the CRF from the first wave of federal relief, and then the SLFRF, State and Local Fiscal Recovery Funds, was the second round of funding. That's those ARPA dollars that we received to the tune of about 4.7 to 4.8 million a few years ago.
Director Laughlin, could you just let us know what page you're on verbally so they can help you advance?
Sure. So if we just go to the next 2 pages. One more. Perfect. So this one just shows outflows just citywide. So just forget by fund, let's just kind of look total citywide, where we stand. And we've been relatively consistent. There was no huge outlier years from the lowest in 2022. That's a little over 40 million total outflows. And then the highest was 2023 at just a little over 45 million. And then if you go to the next page, we give all kinds of detail. That's everything by division. So you can see where we've been spending in the EMS division, in the Public Works Street division, in the Beaches division, et cetera, over the past 6 years from 2018 to 2023, just to give you some high-level info on a division by division basis. Then on the next page is just your change in fund balance and net position, change in net position by fund. So here we had in 2020, in most years, some positive change in fund balance, and especially over the last couple years, you do see some negative in the reclaimed water fund in 2022, negative in the wastewater fund in 2023, but overall largely positive change in fund balance, which is just taking your total inflows, which is revenues, and other financing sources, which consists of mainly transfers in, and then your outflows, which is all your expenditures, personnel, operating, capital outlay, debt service, and then any other financing uses, which would be transfers out, that you're transferring out to other funds. So just comparing those two results in your change in fund balance. And so that's the difference there that's depicted on this page over a 6-year period by fund. And then this just shows you on an entity-wide basis on the next page a multi-year unrestricted net position entity-wide. So in your audited financial statements, we present both financial statements at a fund level, and then also we have what's called your entity-wide financial statements that brings it all together. And there's 2 columns, governmental activities and business activities, and then a total. So I just took the what's my unrestricted net position at the total level for the city entity-wide, and you can see we've had some positive trend up from 2018 to 2023, a continual trend up on that, and you can see in the next page some of the details behind that. So your net position is your net investment in capital assets. So those are all the fixed assets, buildings, infrastructure, equipment, offset by any debt against it. And then some different restrictions depending on the type of fund it is. Like, for example, restricted building department. So any remaining fund balance in your building department can only be used to enforce the Florida Building Code according to state statute. So those are examples of restrictions, and then under that we've got our unrestricted. And you can see the trend on there from 2018 to 2023, looking good, a very positive trend. Then let's just get into the general fund specifically. So this next chart is just a ratio of unassigned fund balance to total expenditures. And you can see pretty flat just looking at 2018 to 2023, but we've had some dips in between. And a lot of those dips come from the passage of Resolution 2022-01, which is the city adopted a fund balance policy effective for its fiscal year 2021. And what it did is it said the fund balance policy states that between 26% to 35% of our fund balance, we want to assign, just pull this money away, and what's denoted in the financial statements is coastal vulnerabilities. And so the main thing is any potential disaster-related events. There's also some other things listed that are of an emergency nature, perhaps, or needed for a big capital project in the future, and we can pull from this if we need to help fund that project. So that was established, which reduced unassigned fund balance in the general fund, because we took unassigned fund balance and put in this coastal vulnerabilities and said between 26 and 35% of our total expenditures in the general fund we want to have sitting there in this assigned fund balance. And then the rest can be unassigned fund balance, and our target for the unassigned fund balance should be approximately 2 months of our operating expenditures in the general fund, which is 2 months divided by 12 is about 16.7%. So if you look at this trend up, we're actually trending up where in 2023, we had 46.2% of our unassigned fund balance in the general fund compared to total expenditures. That ratio is 46.2% in FY 2023. So if you go to the next page, what I did is showed you that history in that graph that shows now a higher unassigned fund balance to total expenditures ratio, but also our coastal vulnerabilities to total expenditures ratio is a little less. In 2023, that was about 26%. But what's also interesting is I just provided you some benchmarking analysis of other municipalities around Pinellas County: City of Seminole, City of Treasure Island, City of Madeira Beach, City of Indian Rocks Beach, and City of Pinellas Park. So it's an interesting evaluation here, because it's not very consistent across the board. You see some with a very high fund balance to total operating expenses and unassigned fund balance to personnel and operating expenses ratios. And we're, maybe kind of around the middle there, with City of Madeira Beach and Indian Rocks Beach being much higher. And then we're also higher than City of Seminole. So we're, again, 46.2% is a healthy ratio of unassigned fund balance to total expenditures. As the GFOA standard is, like I said, 2 months. GFOA is the Government Finance Officers Association that sets out some blanket recommendations for local governments across the country to follow. And this is one to say, have about 2 months of operating expenditures in your general fund set aside as unassigned fund balance in case it's needed. So that's what that benchmarking analysis looks like. Last thing I want to do on historical, and then we'll just look a little bit on FY24, is just let's look at our cash investment portfolio. So on the next page here, you see a horizontal bar graph from 2023 to 2018 that evaluates our rate of return. And so I just took total investment earnings per audited financial statements divided by our total cash and investments at the city on an entity-wide basis. And this is somewhat predictable. We were operating in almost a zero interest rate environment post-COVID, so you see 2020 and then a real dip in 2021, slight recovery in 2022, and then boom, kind of taken off in 2023. So that's been, and so what I like to, an initiative that I personally want to undertake, if you go to the next page, is I do personally feel like the city is heavily invested in cash deposits, 17 million in cash deposits in 2023, but a lot of these investments are liquid, and they're dollar in, dollar out, with no redemption or restrictions or other requirements. So for example, some of these local government investment pools are called LGIPs, FL Class, we've got 2.3 million in, FL Palm, Florida Prime, those are earning north of 5%. And so I want to evaluate more, what are we earning in cash held in bank, and can we move some of that money into local government investment pools and just get a little stronger investment return while we still have it. Who knows what's going to happen after the election and what the Fed's going to do, and if rates plummet, but let's strike while the iron's hot, I say, while the interest rate market is strong. And that's why I do like also saying we've got 8.6 million in treasury bonds, and so especially those have a longer maturity, or we'll have some good unrealized gains on those if the interest rate market declines, but we have a nice 3-year or so treasury bond that's earning at a good rate currently. So rest assured, I'm going to try to stay on top of our investment portfolio and try to maximize returns. Any questions on FY18 through 2023 before I move to 2024 budget actual? I know there's a lot of throughout at you, and I talk fast, so apologize in advance, but happy to address anything you have. Otherwise, we'll move into some quick 2024 budget versus actual comparison analysis. Silence is golden. We'll move on. So budget versus actual, what I did is basically through around roughly end of July is when we started compiling this data, and just wanted to let you all see where we are year to date on actual expenditures compared to budget. So you've got an amended budget column and an actual column. And then anything that looked a little out of the ordinary, I provided some explanation for. So for example, in the general fund on our permit fees, special assessment revenue, as well as on the building fund, those permit fees were a little less, only running about 55% and 73% respectively, and we budgeted about $493,000 in revenue, so maybe it was a little aggressive budget on that, and year-to-date actual is about $96,000 for each fund for the plan review fees. I feel like building permit fees, if I recall, were a little more in line between budget and actual, but we're a little lower than expectations on plan review fees. And then on B and C, this is in intergovernmental revenues and in revenue in the stormwater. There's just some grant revenue that we might not recognize in fiscal year '24, perhaps just based on timing. So for example, on C and stormwater, I think we had $260,000 budgeted for watershed management master plan, and we didn't get to that, so we didn't incur those expenses in 2024. So we actually re-budgeted for that in fiscal year '25, and we hope to reap those grant award dollars in fiscal year 2025. So we won't get that $260,000 in '24, but we'll aim to in 2025. And then that's pretty much the gist for B, C, and D is grant and timing related items. And then on the expense side, you can see, so we've got all the different divisions in the general fund, and then you've got all of your other funds. So there's just one division, one fund for the other funds, and the general fund has multiple divisions. And so what we did was we broke all of that out to show you the amended budget and the actual budget, actual balance, and the comparison of each. So we had some overage in legal, relating primarily, it looked like one litigation involving Protect St. Pete Citizens Group. And then on B, in the finance division, we had some overage in personnel that during the budget preparation adoption process for '24, there was a finance director and then assistant finance director, but only one position was budgeted. We now have two positions, both finance director and assistant finance director, budget for fiscal year '25. But that's why we're running a little tight on finance for fiscal year '24. And then in the law, we had law enforcement and fire suppression. So we've got, that's just, and C, there's nothing to be concerned about there. Those are contracted services from Pinellas County, and we include the encumbered amount through the end of the year, so that's why we're running right around close to 100%, but we don't expect any overage in the law enforcement department. And then on the fire suppression, we had some higher than expected overtime and a one-time retro pay payment made for the union firefighters during '24 that looked like it wasn't budgeted. And then we had some non-departmental on the general fund side, some FEMA-related expenses. Wasn't significant, but that did not get included in the non-departmental budget. I think there was about somewhere between $20,000 to $40,000 on storm-related expenses that hit the non-departmental division, but we didn't have budgeted dollars for that. And then the last one is on the reclaimed water side on tick mark F. There's a joint project with Pinellas County, and that was some repair and maintenance work on a reclaimed transmission main, and Pinellas County performed that work. And then the city entered into an agreement, I think in August of 2023, instead of paying that entire amount up front to reimburse the county for the city's proportionate share in those project costs, we spaced those out over, I believe, about a five-year period perhaps, and so $232,000 is due in October every year through 2027, and that amount did not get budgeted. So ultimately, what we'll do is perform another analysis later at the end of the fiscal year and early the next year, so we get more final results. State statute for municipalities allows for us to put forth a budget amendment if one is necessary up to 60 days after year end. So what we could do is an evaluation of our final year end results. If we do need to amend any of the budgets for any of these divisions, then we would put forth that probably in an October meeting in a first and second reading. But want to at least just present these preliminary results for you year to date so you have that information.
Excuse me, can I ask a question on this?
Sure.
For the reclaimed water, just because I know we're going to be talking about potable water and things going on a little bit later, but for reclaimed water, I remember, and Mayor, you might remember too, sometime last year, or might be two, there was a discussion, and I know you weren't here, Ms. Nuzam, this is going to catch you, is that there was a discussion about those who use reclaim the most, or who is being metered, and I don't know if this is coming back to your mind, and I'll say that it was Commissioner Grill at that time that might have brought it up, but that we were looking to see, we have a flat fee, right? So we pay, what is it, $50 on our water bill, right, for fees, a resident. But it's not metered. right? And I know Pinellas County, and since you mentioned you're familiar with Pinellas County, went to the direction of metering usage of reclaimed water, but chose not to do the metering in this city. And I think back then, and I don't say we because I wasn't a commissioner then, but there was a discussion about looking for those who use high usage of reclaimed water and metering those properties, because I think you said there was $232K that was not budgeted, right, that we have to pay, is what I'm assuming, to the county. Is that coming back to you? Are you getting flashbacks, Mayor? I'm not sure. But I remember that discussion, and we were going to look at what we're metering here at the city to kind of determine or make a true analysis of what we're going over, because we're not metering at the usage level, but we know leaving and the city, we know how much we're using. So are we consistently over? We have reclaimed water leakage all the time, right? So when water is pouring out into the streets for sometimes a week, and I know probably people in the audience have seen water pour into our streets for quite some time, that means that we're running our meter, right? So is it related, I guess is my question, and have we done that analysis, or have we ever put those meters, and I don't know if anybody, maybe Amber, maybe you remember too, or somebody remembers, but I know there was that discussion sometime. And this is just to help improve, because I know we've got the expense, but are we doing the analysis to improve in this area?
Well, the original agreement for the reclaimed water was a flat fee to the city, and then from the city to the residents. I know there have been discussions in the last couple of years to change that to a metered. So I'm pretty sure that's where the discussion ended, though. The only question I have on the reclaimed water fund is that are those the actual charges for the reclaimed water, or does that also include repairs to the reclaimed water lines, or is that a separate line item under the Public Works?
So these were, this is a reclaimed transmission main project, so it's a one-time project undertaken by the county, and those are those expenditures incurred, a larger total, and then the city was one of the entities, the city of St. Pete Beach was one of the entities that absorbed some of those costs. So Pinellas County did the work, and we're just reimbursing for a portion of that project instead of at one time over a multi-year period. And then after that, those costs won't recur. So those are not related to usage of water. That's just simply project-related costs relating to this reclaimed transmission line.
Right. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Andrew, is it?
It is, yes.
Yes. I think I know the answer to this question, but I'm going to ask you just because I know we're going to get to it later. Okay. It appears as if your presentation is a 1,000-foot presentation. You didn't get into drilling down on any of the budget line inflows or outflows. Would that be a correct assessment?
This is high level, yes. So this didn't go down to the account balance. So there's, well over probably, hundreds of accounts that make up these balances by division and then roll up by fund. So yes, this is a rolled up synopsis, yes.
So if I were to ask you a question that we have at least one inflow line that has not been reviewed in 35 years, would you be aware of that?
Do you want to share what that line is, or?
It has to do with professional licensing, but there's probably others, but that's the one I'm talking about.
On the revenue side, so professional licensing for like business.
For example, if you're a lawyer in this city, you have to have a professional license.
Sure.
If you're an architect in this city, you have to have a professional license. If you're a realtor in this city, you have to have a professional license. As when I've started turning over rocks, and credit to the city manager because I know she's turning over rocks too, when I started turning over rocks, I discovered that that particular revenue source had not been reviewed or changed since 1989, and I'm just curious if that's something that would have popped up to you in what you were doing here. I know you're only 13 days in. You say 13?
19, but who's
Okay,
counting?
I'm 13, so we're kind of even on that. So I'm just curious because that subject is going to come up in a bit here.
Sure. I don't have specific experiences to share with the city of St. Pete, as I said, because I've been only a very short tenure here, but I can speak to my experiences in other municipalities. Let's take City of Madeira Beach. So they had not updated their fee schedule for it's been called occupational licenses, and then the term changed by the state of Florida to what's called BTRs, or business tax receipts. So a couple things on this. One, there's a fee schedule for all different types of professions, from accountant to amusement park operator.
And sir, I don't want to cut you off. I apologize, but we've got a compressed meeting tonight. I think I get that. I think everybody gets that.
I think I can help out here. City Manager, would you mind sharing just briefly about the fee study?
Sure, yeah, so we are planning, and in this next upcoming budget, we've funded several fee studies, one being an overall fee study for the city. We're going to be looking at wastewater, stormwater, our parking fees as they relate to, all of it is as it relates to actual expense and nexus to what the services the city provides and if we're collecting enough.
So some of those rocks that you're talking about that have been unturned is just, we haven't updated or looked at our fees in general, whether it's permitting, whether it's, so that
35 years.
Some of them for a long time, yes. And so that is part of, the work that we're going to be doing in the next year, is to look at all the fees to make sure that when we look at 2025 budget, we have better numbers in place for that.
And that's really just what I wanted to get out there, Mr. Mayor, because I am going to discuss it when we get to raising the taxes on the residents. So I appreciate it.
Sounds
and I
good.
appreciate your time, sir. I know you're new on the job. I did not want to cut you off or anything, but I just wanted to understand if you were read in on that. Thank you.
Any other questions related to the presentation? Otherwise, we can go right into the two ordinances.
Perfect.
Okay, thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. I'm going to read both Ordinance 2024-04 in its entirety, and then I'm going to read 2024-05 in its entirety. Andrew will do his presentation. We'll open for public comment. There needs to be a motion to approve the first reading, not adopt, but you must do 2024-04 first and then 2024-05 second. Ordinance 2024-04, an ordinance of the City of St. Pete Beach, Florida, establishing the millage rate for fiscal year 2025, beginning October 1, 2024, and ending September 30, 2025, providing and announcing the name of the taxing authority, the rolled back millage rate, the percentage increase over the rolled back millage rate, and the millage rate to be levied, providing for reading in its entirety and providing for an effective date. Whereas Florida Statutes Section 200.065 requires the adoption of the millage rate by separate vote prior to the adoption of the annual budget. Whereas Florida Statutes Section 200.065 requires that prior to adoption of the millage levy ordinance, the following be publicly announced: the name of the taxing authority, the rolled back millage rate, the percentage increase over the rolled back millage rate, and the millage rate to be levied. Whereas in no event may the millage rate adopted exceed the millage rate tentatively adopted. Now, therefore, the City Commission of the City of St. Pete Beach, Florida hereby ordains: Section 1, the name of the taxing authority is the City of St. Pete Beach. Section 2, the rolled back millage rate for fiscal year 2025 is 2.8473 mils. Section 3, the fiscal year 2025 proposed millage rate is 8.57% higher than the rolled back rate. Section 4, the millage rate to be levied for fiscal year 2025 shall be 3.0913 mils per $1,000 of taxable value. Section 5, this ordinance shall take effect immediately upon final adoption. Ordinance 2024-05, an ordinance of the City of St. Pete Beach, Florida, adopting the budget for fiscal year 2025, beginning October 1, 2024, and ending September 30, 2025, providing for the incorporation of the adopted capital budget as the capital improvement element of the comprehensive plan, providing for reading in its entirety, and providing for an effective date. Whereas Florida statutes section 166.241 requires the adoption of a budget each fiscal year, parent FY, in parent. Whereas the amount available from taxation and other sources, including balances brought forward from prior years, must equal the total appropriations for expenditures and reserves. Whereas the adopted budget must show for each fund, as required by law and sound financial practices, budgeted revenues and expenditures by organizational unit, which are at least at the level of detail required for the annual financial report required under Florida statutes section 218.32 parent 1 in parent. Whereas the adopted budget must regulate expenditures of the municipality, and an officer of a municipal government may not expend or contract for expenditures in any fiscal year except as pursuant to the adopted budget. Whereas the City of St. Pete Beach fiscal year 2025 budget is balanced, is presented at the level of detail required to file the annual financial report, and shall regulate expenditures of the city for the period beginning October 1, 2024, and ending September 30, 2025. Now, therefore, the City Commission of the City of St. Pete Beach, Florida hereby ordains: Section 1, the fiscal year 2025 budget document attached hereto as Exhibit A, parent the budget, in parent, is adopted by reference and is made part of this ordinance. Section 2, upon adoption of the budget, the capital improvement element of the city's comprehensive plan is hereby updated to reflect the fiscal year 2025 through fiscal year 2029 capital improvement plan. Section 3, this ordinance shall take effect immediately upon its final adoption.
Thank you, City Clerk.
Okay, so I can just make a few comments on each, on the millage and then on the budget, and then turn it over to you all for questions, and then ultimately make a motion. So on the millage side, so the current rate is 3.0913 mills. That was also the same millage rate as fiscal year 2024. The rollback rate was 2.8473. So by keeping the millage rate as is, that yields additional budgeted ad valorem collections for fiscal year 25, about $1,268,000. And then the projected increase from, and that's based on gross taxable value within the city of about $5.2 billion. Fiscal year 24 collections to date are $14.3 million, and what we're expecting to collect in fiscal year 25 is about $15.56 million. Keeping the rate the same, just an increase in the gross taxable value citywide. And then on the budget side, what I wanted to kind of focus on, I know you all have already been through perhaps a grueling budget workshop, so I don't want to rehash any of that. I just wanted to really focus on any proposed changes that we're making to this version from last, so that you're well informed of what you'll be approving to adopt. And so that's why in the budget document that we provide in your packet, those first pages are those summary of changes from the previous version to the current version. So I'll just go through a high-level synopsis of those, and then turn it over to you to address any questions you might have. So just a few things on the summary of changes from the previous version. On the general fund, we've got a listing with the initial proposed version, and then the FY25 revised budget, and then I have comments in the far right column that explain why we made this change. So a couple things that you do want to highlight is on the ARPA side. So on the ARPA side, that's regulated by the U.S. Treasury. So U.S. Treasury regulations over the state and local fiscal recovery fund, and one requirement is that all those funds that we receive, $4.7 million, need to be obligated by the end of December of 2024, and then fully spent by 2026. And since the City of St. Pete Beach is a non-entitlement unit, or NEU, that means that we can spend those monies on revenue replacement. We do not need to, there's no other strings attached or specific projects that we must spend it on. And since time is of the essence, what we can do for accounting purposes is show it as being spent in the general fund, and then the general fund, that'll in essence increase the ending fund balance of the general fund, because we have those revenues coming in the general fund, and then the general fund can then transfer any needed funding to the wastewater fund, to the stormwater fund, et cetera, as needed. So this budget reflects those change in those transfers. And so that's the difference there in the ARPA fund. And then on we had some various capital-related project changes that we made, and those are all reflected on that first page and a little bit in the second page. Going through just our list of CIP projects, and then certain things that did not get on the original list of the budget workshop that was presented to you, that through my various meetings and with departments, realizing that we intend on undergoing these projects in fiscal year 25, so we needed to make those necessary adjustments. So I didn't want to go through one by one and read each comment. You've got that material in front of you. Just wanted to give you kind of a preface behind why we did that. So we had better information as we neared the end of fiscal year 2024 of certain projects that we intend on undertaking. Some of those a lot of those we had budgeted in fiscal year 24 or even fiscal year 23, and just never got to undergoing those projects. So we need to move those forward and budget them in fiscal year 25, since the budget is an annual document, right? So if we didn't spend it in 23, but we would intend on spending it in 25, we've got a budget for it in 25. So that's a lot of that cleanup work that we did based on having a better understanding of what our capital improvement plan is going to be for the immediate upcoming fiscal year. And so that's what a lot of those budget capital-related items are in the capital fund, and a little bit in the resiliency fund, wastewater fund, and stormwater fund. And then on the next page is the city undertaken a pay study that you all have also had presentations on. So just taking those final calculated results by employee per pay study and applying those rates for beginning of October 1, the new fiscal year, and making slight adjustments to salaries and wages and FICA taxes accounts based on what those rates are resulting from the pay study that the city went through. And so those are the summary of changes that we made from the previous version that I wanted to outline specifically to you all. So with that said, I'll address any questions that you might have relating to this.
Thank you, Andrew. Commissioners, questions? So the current budget that we have is based on maintaining the millage rate as is, where is?
Correct, on the 3.0913, yep.
Okay.
A question, which page would I find, or if it's here in this document, like the capital improvement projects that were moved or that weren't completed from the past fiscal to now being moved to 2025, like how, is there a list of projects out there that we can see what the money was that wasn't used that now is moving over to the next?
That we're moving, yeah, so a lot of that is on that summary of changes from previous version page, and so that's the very first page with data in the budget document deliverable. And so it's kind of halfway down through that first page, and you'll see the Gulf Winds drive. That's probably the first one where those were remaining costs to be incurred in fiscal year 25 for streetlights and undergrounding project, previously budgeted in fiscal year 24 for $1.3 million. And so that's where that list starts, where we went through, okay, let's look at our current projects in 24, what's going to bleed into 25, and let's make sure we appropriately budget for those. And that's where that list starts. And then in our capital improvement plan, we have a lot of more detailed CIP information towards the back half of the budget book that explains some of those projects in greater depth. But this is just a quick listing of those projects and why we're including them in this version that wasn't on the previous.
Thank you. I would just ask if you could, Ms. Robustelli, to get, because there's some projects that I don't see that are listed here, specific to neighborhoods, and I know you wouldn't be familiar with them, but just because I've asked in the past for a list of projects for neighborhoods in my district, the Don Cesar, Bella Vista, Boca Ciega, things that were outstanding in the prior year that I don't see specifically listed here, that I would like to know where they're at and if they were moved.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
So the first question that is before us is, what do we do with the millage rate? Do we keep it the same? Do we lower it? Do we increase it? Those are generally our three options, and based on if we wanted to make changes, based on how much of a change up or down we make, it may require a 3-2 or 4-1 minimum vote. Personally, I'm in favor of keeping it as it is right now. We did lower the millage rate last year. I think it to about $1.4 million. I'm not sure that we're in a position necessarily this year to lower it again. We have some reserve fund issues that we need to address, that we need to replenish. But I'm hoping to hear from you all and as well from our residents tonight.
I definitely have a few things to say, Mr. Mayor.
Certainly.
You can start.
Before I actually get, so we can work off of the millage rate, and I can ask a couple questions or get clarifications before we go to the millage rate, because I do have some comments on the millage rate.
Sure.
So, first of all, I do believe, because I did observe all the budget process this year, and I do believe that we're going to have a much, much better process with our new city manager next year. I do believe that she's going to address some of the things that haven't been addressed for many, many years, as long as 35, as near as I can tell. So I am hopeful for next year that the budget process will be much better, much more informed, and much more intelligently created. And I'm looking forward to your leadership on that, Madam City Manager. I have 2 or 3 specific comments as it relates to the millage rate. But the first thing I want to comment on, some of you probably know, if you were following my campaign any at all, that I feel that freebie has taken on a life of its own. We are sitting here tonight seriously considering, and in all probability, increasing the taxes on the property owners in this city by 9%. I understand we're not changing the millage rate, but because the property values have gone up, essentially we're increasing the taxes by 9% on the residents. We are currently paying, with no offset, as I understand it, please somebody correct me if I'm wrong, with no offset, we are paying $707,000 a year for what's supposed to be freebie. Now, in my unofficial polling that I did when I was campaigning, 100% of the businesses love freebie, and 50% of the residents love freebie. The problem, freebie is not freebie. It's $707,000. It is over half of what we're getting ready to increase the taxes in this city on. So I just want to make that statement. Anybody can digest that, deal with that any way they want to. I just want to make sure that we all understand that it is taking on a life of its own. It's becoming a large operation that has no facilities, and it's a nice to have, and we need to at least consider scaling it back. So I wanted to put that out there. Specific to the millage rate, I want to say, first of all, I do support the city manager's capital improvement budget. I also support the pay adjustments for the city employees for better recruitment and retainment, but I do want to add to that that I do feel there's a need for everyone in city government to focus more on the process to improve the product to all of us citizens. So whatever I say as it relates to the millage rate, I'm not looking to sacrifice either of those things, so I want to make that clear. Specific to the millage rate, in all the budget meetings that I observed, which was all of them, including the budget committee, I never heard a single person talk for more than 30 seconds, and I could be proven wrong because this is all on video, about doing anything to lower the millage rate. Now, I will say, I didn't hear anybody say, well, we should raise it this year. I guess since it's going up by 9%, we all figured, well, it'd be hard to justify a millage rate increase. So from my perspective, based on drinking this budget over the last 3 days through a fire hose, I feel we should seriously consider the rollback plus 110% option, which creates a millage rate of 3.0093, and it reduces our gain in income by $413,000. But that's still a 6% increase in our taxes. But I do believe strongly in what I previously mentioned, that the capital improvement budget, as well as the improvement in the compensation for the city employees, is justified. But my recommendation is that we go with the 110% rollback rate and ask or work with the city manager to find the $113,000. And quite honestly, if you want me to find it, I'll find it for you pretty quick, to be perfectly honest with you. But that isn't how things work here. So that's my recommendation. That's what I think we should do. We're all living off high property values right now, and in my opinion, we should flatten the mill rate, because these property values aren't going to keep going up. At some point, they're going to level out, or at some point, they're going to go down. And if we flatten that mill rate, it gives us a certain amount of flexibility to raise the mill rate again if we want to. But anyway, Mr. Mayor, thank you for indulging me. I believe, at least at this juncture, I've said my piece. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And Andrew, just so that we make sure we're on the same page, if we were to take the Vice Mayor's recommendation, what is the difference?
So a little over 400,000. If we, that's the majority vote maximum rate allowed, is what he's referring to, 3.093. That difference from the current rate would be, I have estimated about $412,000. So that would just reduce general fund tax revenue by that amount.
Okay. So while I certainly agree with the...
I was going to make one more point. I apologize. And then on a per parcel basis, if you took a $700,000 property, let's say a $700,000 residential property, the difference between the current rate and and that majority vote maximum rate, 3.093, would be savings of $57 on their tax bill.
Thank you. So, well, I 100%, if we could cut it to zero, I would be with you.
I know you would.
So the question is, if we cut it, where do we take the 400,000 from? So
You want me to do it for you? I'll do it.
No, I'm hoping you have some recommendations.
Well, I'd take 200,000 from freebie right off the top.
We may not be able to do that because we have a contract with them, which is still has 2 years left on, 2 years life left on it. That's a mouthful. So again,
Well, not to interrupt you, I'm sorry.
No, so my question is, let's have some suggestions where we can come up with $400,000, and I think if we can do that, then we can look at entertaining rolling it back.
It's freebie.
So,
Sorry.
So freebie, if I'm correct, I have reviewed their contract. I believe it is an at-will contract. So I believe we could, they could either go away or they could agree to reduce their services to save the money that we need to save. I'm not certain of that because I haven't reviewed their contract in a couple months, but I believe that to be the case. We have an item coming up before us in the general meeting as it relates to the Dawn Vista. I don't know enough about that place. I know we're getting ready to approve $250,000 for it. It might be possible to Band-Aid that and extend it. I'm really stepping in it now, but our library budget is $920,000. That seems like a lot to me. I mean, we have a wonderful library, but it seems like a lot. So, I think we could look at that. I don't know if it means reduced hours. I don't know, is somebody retiring soon? I don't know. You're asking me to find $400,000? I promise you I could find $400,000. I'm not a government budgeter, but in this budget, I could find $400,000. Could I do it tonight and have everybody agree with it? I can't answer that question, but I've been as candid as I can with you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner?
In regards to freebie, are they in violation of their contract? My understanding is they still have tip jars out. I don't know if my understanding on their contract was it was no tip jars and it was a higher rate based on it not being tip jars. So the question, I have a question regarding that, if it's possible to renegotiate it and get those savings, or where they're at on that.
I mean, maybe we can add as a discussion item to the next meeting, so we can focus on the budget for tonight, at least this first part.
I can just answer the freebie. The contract does not allow tip jars. We have had conversations with the contractor to enforce that contract provision. If the community's continuing to see tip jars, we need it reported so that we can hold them to their contract terms. Now, I make sure I heard you correctly, if you wanted to renegotiate the contract so it would be less and they could accept tips, that would be a renegotiation of the contract.
So can we add that as an item on the next agenda?
When we get to approving that agenda in a couple, however long.
Okay,
Yep,
sorry.
we'll get that. City Clerk, do we have any public comments?
Candace, will you please play the YouTube public comment first?
Andrew, if you probably want to take a seat while we take public comments. And then
Good evening, City Commission and fellow residents. This is the time of year when we're asked to support our city financially into the new year, and I strongly support the city manager's request to maintain the millage rate to give her the tools she needs to address the problems we face. And I also think it's incredibly important that we seek full transparency and accountability regarding the actions that happened during prior administrations that have left us at this point. Specifically, I would request that our commission, fellow residents, and city employees check out Public Records Request 2024-212 and pay specific attention to the document here, CM Investigation Materials Redacted. When you open up this 200-plus page PDF, you will learn, as I did over the past several weeks, many concerning things that have potentially left us in the position where we are again going back to residents to ask for more and more money to keep our city running. An example, starting at the very beginning on page 1 regarding the Gulf Boulevard Underground project, Here we have documentation of contracts entered into by Alex Ray that were apparently structured to come in just below the $25,000 threshold that would have required City Commission approval. And what's the take-home message here? In total, approximately $110,000 was paid to this Miami-based engineering firm, Alpha Corp, and there is no apparent evidence of any deliverables. Someone should look into that, right? And if you scroll down a few pages to page 9, we have some additional documentation that was provided by an individual of firsthand knowledge who noted that this isn't the only time that the city manager had apparently structured contracts to avoid oversight. We have here in this second point 3 other examples where that appears to have been the case. The other thing I will note is that this is incredibly it's remarkable, actually, that we have a code of ordinance that says that our special magistrate alone is responsible for reducing liens. Well, we have 10 pages of examples of the city manager personally reducing liens by stupendous amounts. Over $100,000 in liens reduced to $2,500. When you have an individual who is giving out that level of personal favors and doing so against policy and regulations, one must reasonably ask the question, why? No one works for free, and if there is any evidence that we are being asked to refill our reserves because money that should have remained in our city somehow left our city, we need to get to the bottom of that. So my request is that people who had firsthand knowledge and suffered under this prior administration join me in filling out a Form 50 and sending that Form 50 in with information from this public records request and from your firsthand knowledge to the Ethics Commission so we can get to the bottom of what happened and make sure that it never happens again and that there is full accountability. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Candace. Claudine Reese.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, I'm Claudine Reese. I'm at 3120 East Vina Del Mar, St. Pete Beach. So my main purpose today is for being here is to give support to our new city manager in her request for approval of the city budget. However, like the gentleman before me, before moving ahead, I'm here to say we must ask why we find ourselves at a deficit. Having viewed the PRR internal investigation into the complaints regarding the past city manager, the citizens deserve to know if the funds were simply misused or if something more nefarious was happening. This is why I have filed a Form 50 to request a forensic accounting investigation at the state level. Only after we bring light to issues can we move forward with public trust. Whether the mismanagement was incompetency or criminal, it is a fact that not one resigning commissioner from December 2023 was willing to support Mayor Petrilla in beginning an investigation until it became clear through many resignations of city staff that the city manager's behavior could no longer be ignored. In addition, those 4 simultaneously resigning commissioners were responsible for holding the city manager accountable throughout his tenure, yet they did nothing. And a few months later, while voting on the billion-dollar hotel expansions, all 4 appointed commissioners also did not help negotiate on behalf of the many citizens who strongly opposed the hotel expansion. This was a huge lack of leadership on a project so large it will change the city that we live in forever. The time to advocate for residents and show concern for our fiscal situation and infrastructure costs was when these cups were up for approval and when we should have been negotiating with developers instead of signing up for new burdens to be borne by the residents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ruda Hantz.
You'll please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, I'm Ruda Hantz from 7711 Coquina Way. I too would like to reiterate what the last 2 residents also just said, and I do support maintaining the millage rate because of the financial problems we have now are facing due to some of the revelations that I have seen looking at Public Records Request 2024-212. The time to advocate for residents and concerns over our financial situation and budget and infrastructure costs was when these hotel cups were up for approval. We should have been negotiating with developers then, but yet none of the commissioners that were here at the time chose to do that. Instead of they invited new financial burdens in supporting the hotels that the residents now have to pay for. At that time, we could have asked for the hotels to pay for the freebie. Nobody even thought to do that. I can't imagine why we didn't do that. There's a 209-page document in this records request which delineates the corruption that occurred under the former city manager's leadership. This document alleges he was shoveling money to his friends in Miami who did no useful work and structuring payments to avoid commission oversight. Let me speak to just 3 of many concerning items out of this report. The first was the hiring of an HR intern that was a J-1 visa holder. This intern was paid $5,000 per month. This intern's role had previously been filled with a $10 an hour employee. Why this sudden huge jump in pay? Nobody bothered to ask. Numerous troubling procurement allegations as documented by former employee Sharon Spellman. So many concerning things in there, to include Vince and Alex not wanting to sign a conflict of interest form. Why not? There was 0 review of purchases made via the city's use of their purchasing cards. Again, why not? I will be submitting a Florida Commission of Ethics complaint form number 50, demanding a formal investigation and full forensic accounting of Alex Ray's tenure. The citizens have the right to full transparency of how their tax dollars are being managed. I also invite all of our city employees and commissioners and citizens to do the right thing and join me in filling out that form. We are being asked to raise $600,000 to replenish sewer reserves. Did any of that money leave with Alex Ray? We don't know. Our previous commissioners never flushed this all out, never considered the expenses we are discussing now, never considered how to pay for the crumbling, antiquated infrastructure affecting our residents, and never bothered to ask the hotels for some concessions on all the improvements the residents paid for that was required to be done before any cup could be awarded.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dana Richardson.
And if I may, just for the sake of accuracy, I did specifically ask for 20 years for the freebie in one instance and for 10 years in the other, and an increased amount, as well as covering some of the stormwater and reclaimed water. But I was the only one, and it was voted down. So I just want to make sure that when you say nobody asked for it, I did ask specifically for that freebie. Mr. Vice Mayor, to your point, we did try to get more money for that.
Mayor, I will disagree with that because I was one that made sure that that was one of the conditions was micromobility. So I want that for the record as well.
Thank you.
Dana Richardson.
If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Dana Richardson, 5830 Bahama Way South. Good evening, City Commissioners. Tonight I would like to speak on the investigation that was done on our past City Manager, Alex Ray. In the 200-plus page document, there were many red flags presented. What I find interesting is one page that I can only assume is an email written to the Commission by an employee requesting that they deny an extension of Mr. Ray's contract. I'll read just a few paragraphs. I am curious to ask the Commissioners about Mr. Ray's use of consultants, particularly those whose contracts are $24,999, $1 short of having to get your approval. No one sees or knows about these mystery consultants. I am requesting the Commissioners report to citizens at the next meeting a total number of these contracts since he has been City Manager. We are entitled to know how tax dollars are spent. Further down, not only must you commissioners not grant Mr. Ray the 3-year extension he is requesting tonight, along with yet another large unwarranted pay hike. No, instead you must end his contract and fire him tonight with no severance pay. Failure to do this drastic but very necessary action will doom this great city to the corrupt ways Mr. Ray has brought here. We all deserve better and will not tolerate corruption. Why didn't the commissioners and city attorney not think this was important to be investigated, but instead chose to extend Mr. Ray's contract? What I find more troubling is this was included in the investigation, along with other damaging information, and nothing was done at that time either. We don't know the depth of the corruption that went on in our city, which is why I am urging this commission, employees present or past, to join me in filling out Form 50 with the state to begin an in-depth investigation. The residents are the major shareholder of this city, paying 80% of the taxes, and we deserve to know. Going forward, I would like to see transparency, accountability, and better use of our tax dollars. With that being said, I do support our city manager's request to not change the millage rate. And I have 30 seconds, so going along with what Joe said, I'd like to see our city put our spending on a diet and focus on needs versus wants. We need our infrastructure, sewers, reclaimed water problems, and street repairs done now. This is something we deal with every day, and this is ridiculous for the amount of money that we pay into the taxes. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. I'm going to ask that if we have any more public comments, since we do have a regular scheduled commission meeting right after this. If your comments are not related to the budget, please resubmit a form so that you can do it during the general public comments at the next meeting, and that you limit your comments right now specifically to this budget issue or to the millage. Thank you.
Kathy Garshow.
If you please state your name and address for the record.
Kathy Garshaw in Don Cesar neighborhood. I'm just going to be brief, but I am not sure. I have a question maybe for him, but I know this is about comments. But if I look at the budget versus actual in our expense comparison sheet, it suggests that we have 58% of our budget unused. So I guess as we're looking at ways that we are trying to reallocate funds into a new year, I guess I don't understand how we can be at a deficit if we have 58% of our funds unused. That also just leads me, and I hope you as well, and why this is related to the millage is because it's raising money. While I'm not going to say I'm for or against the millage today, I'm more for if we say we need the money, we spend it, and we do complete the projects that we outline. So I would ask that whatever the budget is that we lay out, are we committed? Do we have the resources? Because it's not just about money. Do we actually have the people to do the jobs that we outline every year? So far, unfortunately, I don't think we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes our public comments for this item. All right, commissioners, questions, comments, discussion.
I just want to, Mr. Mayor, go back to the 400,000. I do have confidence that our city manager would find the 400,000.
If I may be so bold, I'm going to put it on you to find it, because
I'll sign up for the job. You all make a vote. I'll find it for you. I promise you that. But I have confidence that she'd be able to find the 400,000. We may be able to get some of it by turning over these rocks that we're already starting to turn over. But I did lay out a couple things, popular or unpopular. She's obviously much more intelligent and much more capable when it comes to government budgeting than I am. But I have confidence that she'd be able to find it. And if not, technically we could get it from our reserves. Is that not correct? And I do not like borrowing money or going to reserves. But I think we can sit here and intelligently say that based on the commitment that she has made and the commitment that I'm certainly willing to make, and I'm hoping the rest of the commissioners will make, that we will start digging into these things. The one item that is currently at $90,000 that should be at $225,000 of inflow surely is not the only place where moving forward we're not going to recapture some money that we shouldn't already be receiving. Now, having said that, I realize we can't double whatever it is we may find because of state statutes. We can only increase by 25% a year. So if we have a line item that's $100,000 and it hasn't been dealt with in 35 years, which we do have one of those line items, the most we can do to catch that up, as I read the state statutes, is 25% a year. So it would take us about 5 years to get something like that fully caught up, even if we chose to go to the maximum rate on that. So I don't think it happens overnight. I just know that there's a lot besides our property taxes in this city and our sewer and water rates that people aren't paying enough for the services that they're getting. And I'm not just talking about residents at this point. I'm definitely talking about visitors as well. So anyway, I trust she'll find it, and if she doesn't, then if we got to go $200,000 to the reserve fund and make it up next year, then we'll make it up. And if we have to raise the mill rate next year and I'm still here, then I'll say, you know, I was probably a little hasty last year and maybe we need to raise the mill rate a little bit. But in my opinion, to raise our taxes by 9% because we have the benefit of our property values soaring the last couple years, I just feel that flattening that mill rate is the appropriate thing to do, and we need to find the $400,000 and get things better going forward. People have been asleep at the wheel here for a long time, recent months, recent years. But I can tell you, I do not believe the city manager is asleep at the wheel, and I know for certain I'm not asleep at the wheel. So, and I trust my fellow commissioners and Mr. Mayor that you folks aren't either. So, I think I've probably said enough about this.
Thank you, sir. Does anybody else have an opinion on the millage rate, please?
May I, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm in support of keeping the millage rate where it's at, in support of what the city manager is recommending. But in fairness to the residents, I would ask that we take a look at where we can cut waste in our budget. There's, in the next meeting after this one, we're going to be talking about fees. And, I think Andrew mentioned that the change in your property tax is $50, right? So, but we're increasing fees with wastewater and stormwater that's way more than $50 for particular homes. That I would rather talk about that versus changing the millage rate. There are many areas that I think that we can cut. And I was very pleased, to hear the earlier presentation of receiving $625,000 from the state, which I feel would help. You're mentioning 400, K, but we just received 625, and how that impacts our budget. One of the residents brought up, money that it's kind of like to the ask I asked earlier, money that we allocated for a year but wasn't used. Where are those projects? Are we moving them over? We have some additional projects that we didn't have in the prior year that's on our budget proposal. Should we wait off of those? Again, we need to give time to prioritize some of our CIPs. I don't think we've had enough time, or the city manager hasn't had time. I think she might be proposing to come back to us. I don't want to say mid-year, if I'm safe to say mid-year, Ms. Robustelli, then I could say mid-year, but to be able to revisit and possibly amend our budget. That's where I am.
Thank you.
So I think that at the moment, I'm in favor of keeping the millage rate the same, although I agree with Commissioner Mulholland on many of his points, and I feel like the budget process this year was probably unsatisfactory to all of us, and it came off of, clearly a couple of years of things not going the way they should, and the budget not being as transparent as it should. And I agree that there are a number of places in the budget that can probably be, trimmed and rearranged. And I would like to see us seriously tackle those issues in the next year, for sure, because I think that there's a lot of efficiencies that we could gain. And, I also don't know that spending the money we're spending on the freebie is an appropriate use of taxpayer dollars. I think those are all questions we need to discuss. But I also think that we're in a position where we have so many infrastructure problems that I would hate to leave us short right now, and I would rather see us leave the millage rate the same, work really hard at getting things running efficiently, and trimming things where they can be trimmed, and taking a hard look at what the job really is of the city and what the taxpayer dollars should be being used for, so that next year when we go into hopefully a much better budget process, we can be in a position to then really make some significant changes without, between now and then, putting ourselves in a position where we have some significant infrastructure problems that we may be struggling with. I'd rather see us have extra money to put towards some infrastructure problems than to cut back now and cause ourselves problems down the road.
I like the idea of it being a lower rate, but my fear would be for the residents, especially District 2, going around and seeing how many potholes there are, what the disrepairs are in general. I would hate to not have that money available to do infrastructure fixes that we need to have done that may or may not be already budgeted for, or may have an increase in cost by the time we get to them. We also have some severe wastewater issues. All the residents are sitting on old lines. We have monies that we need to put aside for that as well. I like that. I love the idea of taking our cash and money and reinvesting it so we make more money, just like I would do personally at my own bank. I'd move my money around too. So I'd like to be able to have more in reserves and be able to allocate that to other projects. So my fear would be not being able to have that extra money to be able to really get things accomplished. And the residents are crying for that. They need these items done. They need to be taken care of. And, if we're not going to take care of it in other ways, then we need to take care of it this way.
Thank you. Again, Vice Mayor Mulholland, I wholeheartedly agree with you in principle on reducing the taxes. And if we're in a position where we had a financial director who was more than 19 days on the job and a city manager who's more than 7 weeks on the job, but they're both coming in, and I am 100% confident that given 12 months' time for next year's budget, they can come to us and say, look, here's your existing millage rate, and here's if we reduce the millage rate, and here's the proposed items that we would cut if we were to reduce the millage rate by this and by this. I think this late in the game with this, because so much of this was done before either one of them had an opportunity to put their hand in it and look at it, I think we may be putting both our city staff and city management in a position where they may have to cut things that they weren't planning on cutting. Now, one of the things that we'll look at in the next meeting is, okay, here's some additional opportunities where we can increase revenue, right? I wish we had the time to do both, to look at where can we cut some things so we can reduce the millage rate, as well as where can we increase some of the revenue so that we can put the burden, parking is a great example. That puts the burden on the people that create the traffic, the people that create the traffic jams and, the congestion. So let's put that cost on where it belongs, right? Rather than putting in our residents who pay, a fairly sizable amount in property taxes. I just don't know that we're in a position to do that today, to lower the millage rate, without creating a little bit of chaos for the staff and for the budget. Otherwise, I would be with you 100%, because we would have had this conversation 6 months ago, right? We would have had this conversation, and we might as well prime the city manager right now. This is a conversation we will have. So looking at next year's budget, 2026, okay, where can we make some adjustments and cut? Where can we be more efficient? You're already seeing that, eliminating the COO position, even though we'd already budgeted for an assistant city manager. And so now there's some savings there. So I'm hoping to see a lot more of that in the next 12 months as we prepare the next budget for the following fiscal year. And should we, have a deficit, should we have a surplus in the coming year of $400,000 or more, then that's great. Then we can look at, how do we, further reduce the millage rate next year. Those are my thoughts on that.
Am I done, or?
No, by all means.
So just to clarify for the other commissioners, I stated I absolutely do not support not funding capital improvements as they're budgeted by the city manager. I did not advocate for not doing the pay raise for the employees. I did put the condition on it that I thought they should understand that there's an expectation that there's going to be some process improvement around here. I'll just say, all I'm going to say at this point, I thought I was already done, and I already know I'm losing, but a budget of this size, any rank amateur ought to be able to find $400,000 in order to cover the shortfall, and in order for us to flatten that mill rate now, because we don't even know who's going to be here next year. There may be another Form 6 that comes up, and half of us quit last minute. So, who knows what's going to happen? And I don't see us not being able to deliver, Commissioner Robinson, to your point, the services that the residents deserve, what they expect. A lot of the service delivery is more related to focus and leadership and management rather than dollars. So I'm not going to sit here and say that I think the world's going to come to an end if we approve a millage rate that's going to take $400,000 from this budget. I just don't believe that to be true. But I really have talked way too much on this, and I respect everyone's opinion on it, but I also respectfully disagree, because I just don't see it as being that big of a deal for what the long-term gain is as opposed to what the loss is. Thank you.
And if I may add one more thing, as we're thinking of next year's budget, and as you mentioned last commission meeting, there's many conversations that we have to have here, and so we'll have this conversation here tonight. And I would ask this respectfully, is that, for next year's budget, if you do come prepared to say, I'm going to ask for millage rate reduction, I don't think it would be a bad idea to maybe come with 5 or 6 or 10 items that we can present to the commission at that time. And I think if that had happened, it might have been easier for us to look at and say, okay, yeah, we'll take number 3, we'll take number 7. I think we can do number 5, and there's $400,000. I don't feel comfortable at this point just putting on the city manager and saying, go find $400,000 somewhere. But I think, for us as the commission, if we make those recommendations, then we should be able to bring something to the table that says, okay, here's where I think we can make those cuts. And I think that would be helpful next time, and I think that's one of the things that we all should look at is, okay, where can we make some adjustments and some improvements in our spending. With that, City Clerk, would you remind us again how you wanted it phrased so that we make sure?
So the first motion needs to be a motion to approve the first reading for ordinance 2024-04. Then the next motion needs to be a motion to approve the first reading of ordinance 2024-05.
Thank you. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the first reading of ordinance 2024-04, establishing the millage rate.
Is there a second?
I second. Do we have to read it first? Or no?
I read the whole thing in the entirety.
Okay, I second.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Robinson?
Yes.
Commissioner Reznicki? Yes. Vice Mayor Mulholland?
No.
Commissioner Marriott?
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-1.
Do we have a motion, please?
And so, Amber, the second one is a motion to adopt or approve?
No, approve the first reading.
Approve, okay. I'll make a motion to approve the first reading of ordinance 2024-05.
Second.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Reznicki?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mulholland?
No.
Commissioner Marriott?
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson?
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-1.
Okay, unless we have anything else, we are going to adjourn. Would y'all be in favor of a 7-minute recess to 8 p.m.? Okay, thank you. We are adjourned. We'll be back at 8. We're going to call to order this regularly scheduled commission meeting of the City of St. Pete Beach Commission. Today is Monday, September 9th, 2024. It is 8 p.m. Let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Vice Mayor Mulholland.
Here.
Commissioner Marriott.
Here.
Commissioner Robinson.
Here.
Commissioner Resnicki.
Here.
Mayor Petrilla.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, City Clerk. All right, first we have a presentation by the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council.
Good evening, Mayor Petrilla, the City Commissioners, and all the staff here. Thank you for letting me address you today. I'm Megan Blanchard, Coastal
If you'll please adjust your microphone so we can hear you. Thank you.
I'm too short. Okay. I'm Megan Blanchard, a coastal ecologist for the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council, of which the city is already a member, and I thank past commissioners for being leaders on that council. And I'm here today to share a little bit about what your membership in TBRPC means for you and why you see me at commission meetings sometimes. I have a presentation. There it is. Okay. I'm going to skip a couple things. Thank you. So our mission is to serve our citizens and member governments by providing a forum to foster communication, coordination, and collaboration in identifying and addressing needs regionally. We're one of 10 RPCs throughout the state. TBRPC was the first regional planning council to be established by the state over 40 years ago. You may see some familiar faces on our council. Currently, Mayor Woody Brown is the chair. And each year the commission elects new leadership. We serve 6 counties from up north in Citrus County all the way south to Manatee County and 22 municipalities in between. We have representatives from our 28 member governments. That includes 13 gubernatorial appointees and 3 ex officio members from FDOT, FDEP, and SwiftMud. Our focus areas are responsive to high priority regional concerns and include economic development, emergency preparedness, environmental planning, and resiliency planning. The Planning Council staff are also trained in planning technologies to support these areas, including geospatial analysis, 3D visualization, and economic modeling. Our staff applies for grants for many of these projects to do that sort of work, and our staff are available to you in many of those areas. So, specifically what we can do for St. Pete Beach and what we already do for St. Pete Beach. We support you through Regional Government Liaison Program, which brings me here today. I am the, sorry, y'all make me very nervous. Right. I'm the Government Liaison Representative for TBRPC. You have been assigned to me, and you may see me in city council meetings sometimes, keeping abreast of what y'all are discussing, what sort of challenges y'all are facing, and how we can assist you. We also support the city through planning and technical services and convening cities and counties throughout the region to work on issues that everyone is impacted by. So again, Government Liaison Program, the idea is to take back the information we can glean from our relationships with cities and share them out in our personal meetings on Mondays, and we can see what sort of trends are emerging and what kind of resources we can share between municipalities. And that way we can reduce redundancy and react to emerging trends. Through this Government Liaison Program, you have me, a dedicated staff member focused on issues in your community and looking for ways to support St. Pete Beach. Commissioner Marriott, you can expect to be hearing from me, usually only 1 email a month with resources and information and opportunities to engage with communities facing mutual issues. Each week we start off by, I already said that part, by sharing out all that sort of mutual learning that we can glean. I also am the liaison for Gulfport and Newport Richey. And that's my email, and I can give you any sort of contact information you might need. The second aspect of the work we do at TBRPC are the planning support and technical services we offer. One big benefit of working with TBRPC is that we're a public agency, and St. Pete Beach can contract directly with us, and eliminating the need for it to go through procurement. I've listed some services on the slide. Please get in touch with us about your project. Some of this work is done as a benefit of your membership currently. We complete projects as we receive grant funding as well. A couple of those projects that impact St. Pete Beach, perhaps you've seen, our Project Phoenix video demonstrating what the impacts of a Category 5 hurricane might be if it had made a direct landfall in Tampa Bay. We did a recent update of this project and created tabletop exercises for emergency managers to accompany the updated video. We completed an economic evaluation of Tampa Bay, demonstrating the annual economic contributions of the Bay estuary to the regional economy. And the Resilient Ready project worked on with three local governments, including residents in Pass-the-Grill, to provide technical analyses and design services for their flood-prone study areas. A project that I helped with this year, per an FDEP-funded project, is the collection of technical resources to guide municipal and county staff in completing vulnerability assessments that meet FDEP Resilient Florida Grant Program requirements. It was designed to benefit agencies with limited capacity or experience hit the ground running, and it will be available to the public after final FDEP approval. TBRPC conducts vulnerability assessments for some of our municipalities and counties, so our lessons learned are also included in this resource and are available publicly. The final and arguably most interesting part of the job is acting as a convening agent for Tampa Bay. We bring together local governments on regional issues. For instance, the Agency on Bay and Coastal Management focuses on regional environmental issues, especially those impacting the Bay, and that's a very well-known council that's been working for over 40 years. The Regional Resiliency Coalition allows local governments to work collaboratively on mitigating current and future climate hazards. One product of that coalition was the Model Shoreline Ordinance. With language reviewed by experts in construction, ecology, floodplain management, permitting, and more, the ordinance template is designed to support local governments as they add policies that promote all types of shoreline protection strategies. We believe widespread adoption of customized ordinances will be part of long-term strategies that make communities resilient to sea level rise and tidal flooding through 2070. Other committees and initiatives that TBRPC is involved with is the Stormwater Management Public Education and Training Committee, providing grants for stormwater communication initiatives to our member governments that exist within FDOT District 7, which St. Pete Beach does. TBRPC is currently in the process of forming a committee to implement the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy, and we're looking for leadership on that. So if anyone's interested in seeing the development of that SEDS, let me know and I can give you more information. To wrap up, I'd like to extend my invitation to Karen and Marriott to come to our next TBRPC meeting, October 14th. There is a virtual option, but I'm sure you'd like to meet me when I'm less nervous and get to meet some of my colleagues as well. Thank you for having me. I can take any questions you have, and I'm always available. And thank you again for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Megan.
Thanks.
Mayor,
Certainly.
I do have
Megan?
a question for you before you.
I'm ready.
I wasn't sure if you were going to be going over the template ordinance for shorelines that was in our packet. But one of the questions I have is, as your organization, which is working at a local level, I'm currently working, and I'm familiar with Tom Rees Ecosphere, and I read that he was helping in conjunction with this ordinance. But one of the things that in the neighborhood of Don Cesar, we have a grant, and we're doing a living seashore line that's getting towards permitting soon, let's just say by end of October. And then also with another resident in Vina Del Mar who's trying to construct or add to a living shoreline behind their home. But some of the barriers that we are running into is not so much the local, but is at the state level with the Department of Environmental Protection or Army Corps of Engineers, Fish and Wildlife Commission. Anytime we do a living shoreline, there's other, for example, coral. I don't know if you're familiar, maybe a lot of residents don't know how abundant coral reefs is what I'm talking about, just in case anyone's, is right at our seawalls. And because of this, then we run into permitting issues with Fish and Wildlife Commission, DEP, and then it slows down this process for something that I know locally Tampa Bay is trying to push, but there seems to be a disconnect from the state. Is that something you all also work on in helping connect? It's at the forefront, right? We're at the beginning. So in us considering ordinances, because it's so new, we run into a lot of barriers. So how can we better that, I guess is my question, or are we working on that?
Sure. TBRPC doesn't have a lobbying wing. We're not involved with any of the lawmaking up at the state or the federal level. We do, I can, as an ecologist, I appreciate there are a lot of protections around particularly endangered species, which all the corals are. And you can be thankful for the corals because they help build the barrier island that we're all living on. But we do have connections with all of those state agencies, and we could help navigate any sort of connections that need to be made there. We're in communications with with Mike Clark. If he has any questions, he knows how to reach out to us as well for navigating the implementation of the ordinance. But that's obviously a trend that we're seeing across the region, and we're hoping to give municipalities the resources they need to navigate it. Thank you for the question.
And that the ordinance that we received, I know that was, I think it was October 26, 2022 was the version. Is that, there's no change, right? Like nothing that needs, so that's pretty.
Yes, and the ordinance is customizable. It is intended to be changed as the city and as the commission wish it to be changed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, do we have any amendments to the agenda as proposed?
I have a couple things, Mr. Mayor.
Certainly.
I'd like to move 4B, 4C, and 4F to action items.
Okay.
And I'd also like to, for discussion, add pile driving.
Did you say pile driving?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Any other amendments to the agenda?
I'd like to add a discussion item,
okay,
which should be higher standards for traffic concurrency.
Okay.
And also special event permitting.
Okay. Any other amendments? Okay. Do we have a...
Sorry, clarifying, I just want to follow up. Were we adding freebie as a discussion item here? Or was
Yes. Yes, that too.
What was that, Madam?
Freebie.
discussion about freebie bringing something forward for future discussion?
Okay. All right. Can we please have a motion to adopt the agenda as amended?
I make a motion to adopt the amended agenda for the City Commission meeting.
Second.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Marriott?
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson?
Yes.
Commissioner Resnicki?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mulholland?
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Do we have any audience comments?
I have no cards, Mayor.
All right. May I please have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended.
Second.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Robinson?
Yes.
Commissioner Rosnicki?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mulholland?
Yes.
Commissioner Marriott?
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Next, we have action items, 5A. We have 5A is Calvin Giordano and Associates. Gentlemen, thank you for being so patient this evening.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. Luis Serna with Calvin Giordano and Associates. Joining me is David Dixon, also of Calvin Giordano and Associates. We're excited to be talking with you about this very important project. When we started the discussions with the city originally, we had this was more of a general density study that we were talking about, but since then it's sort of the scope has narrowed quite a bit into specifically looking at hotel densities, also focusing on the town center and large resort districts specifically. And we've been working with staff and also with the Planning Commission quite a bit up until now, so we're excited to get to have your discussion on this and get your input. And quickly, I'll just go through a little bit about Calvin Giordano and Associates. We've been around for since 1937, over 370 employees. I'm out of the Clearwater office, and we have had a relationship with the city of St. Beach for quite a while. It's been a while since we've done any major work with you all, but we've done some support with the city. And we do a lot of work in Pinellas County and do similar work throughout Florida. CGA's expertise is really with public engagement. We pride ourselves on just doing outstanding outreach and getting people who don't normally participate into the process. We're also experts in planning, and you'll also see a brief presentation on the scenario planning that we were talking about. We've teamed on this project with Lambert Advisory. They do very good economic and housing studies. We think it's important with this project that after we do some scenario planning with the city and with the community, that we get the feasibility of these developments and projections into the future. And Lambert Advisory does a very good job at this. Also teaming with the legal firm of Weiss Serota. And I understand there will be discussions with Susan Trevarthen of Weiss Serota later. This is the scope that we have, an outline of the scope that we presented. I understand that really tonight I'd like to focus on phase one because I understand a lot of the comments that we've received so far, a lot of the feedback has been on public outreach and participation especially. So I'd like to focus on that. The rest of the project, it's written up pretty much like a standard comp plan amendment package that we would do. As I said, this started out as a general density study, but it's sort of morphed into the important topic of hotel density and envisioning the future of that. So public input, data collection, and analyses. The first step in the process, major step, is we want to have a community a commission listening session with you all once we kick off the project, just finding out what your concerns on the topic are. It's been a while since we've all visited the topic. I think it's a good idea to start out with just listening to your concerns. Then we will move into a project kickoff with city staff to sort of lay down how they want things done, available studies, things like that. And then very important public engagement, and we'll go into more detail on how that's going to work, but we're going to do some specific outreach to the TC and the large resort districts, and then that is going to follow up with the existing conditions and trends analysis. And some of the deliverables with phase one are the summary of public input and process and outcomes. This is going to be pretty detailed as far as the feedback that we get and the scenarios. and the people's input on those. We're also going to complete the existing conditions and trends report, doing detailed market studies on what the market will support and into the future. And then vision key recommendations report, and this will really be what you will use moving forward on whether or not you want to amend your comp plan to address these outcomes, or whether you just want to have that as a visioning document for the future. And all in all, the project is expected to take, we've written it up as an 18-month process. Certainly, I think the way it's been evolving is we may want to spend more time on the front end with the public engagement and take all the time we need with that. Dave is going to talk a little bit about some of the methods that we use to facilitate public input, and he can also talk a little bit more about the scenario planning that we're proposing.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the Commission. Dave Dixon, Principal Planner with Calvin Giordano & Associates. This is, I think we can all agree, this is a stakeholder engagement project first and foremost. It's basically just now we'll talk a little bit about how we get input and reconvey it back, because engagement's back and forth, right? It's not just us listening, we have to analyze it and then put it back out. But we have a lot of workshops for doing such things, and also we'll be working with you to identify a list of stakeholders. We kind of already have an idea, and then we'll just kind of dial in those organizations and folks that you and staff would recommend us go to first. It's not just the public; it's it's the important everybody who's the important folks in the city. So we will be going to we'll have 2 community-wide workshops and then 2 specific to the large resort. And then the town center. Now, in those ones, we have some really good tools. I think we're going to kind of show you how we can really look at some of the physical makeup of the actual community and the buildings themselves. Next slide, please. Oh, thanks. So we've outlined in the scope all kinds of stuff that we'll do, and of course, I think this one we're going to push to go above and beyond anything you would typically do, because it's just a really, really high-profile item in the city, in the community right now. So we like to use a lot of boards, at a general open house type meeting, bright, colorful maps, boards, easy to understand images, and more high-tech stuff like live polling, where everybody gets out their mobile device and they will do a poll. And in this case, we're actually hoping to do those in front of people with this idea of what the density might look like with different scenario outcomes. Let's see, next one. So, as you know, we have our scope lined out. If there's any, I'll allow you to ask any questions after this. Next one, please. But really, I think what the coolest thing is for me is some of the new technology. I've been doing GIS mapping for 16 years. And we finally have all the things that I wish we could have, which is, it's a mapping cartographic software, but now we can easily turn that into 3 dimensions to study massing. And it's not just playing with Legos. These Legos have a ton of data behind them. So we'll do a quick sample of what that looks like for when we're going in front of the community. But it's really cool. It uses your own zoning, and you build out kind of a theoretical or a model of your existing conditions. And just like the 2015 density study, it also looks at what capacity is left. And then when you start turning the knobs, whether that's FAR, building height, floor area ratio, how much space a thing occupies in 3 dimensions, you can do that kind of on the fly in front of folks. So if you just, pick the TC1, you want to change something, it'll just kind of populate it on the fly. And in fact, I'm going to show you kind of a quick example of the technology. It's called ArcGIS Urban, really cool. Turn the sound off.
Ryan, can you switch to the overhead, please? Thank you.
It doesn't have any sounds. You could probably turn it. Okay. So you'll see here, this is actually what the model looks like. And you have an interface that allows you to enter into these fields the zoning tweaks that you want to do. And so not only is it neat looking and cool, but after you start seeing these changes happen, really try the second link I sent you. But all these blocks, they do move, and it's incredibly detailed. But really, it's so powerful, it's almost too powerful. So I always recommend keeping it a little bit on the fuzzier side when you're talking about building math. It's a very tricky thing to talk about. But what we can do is whenever we get a certain amount of square footage or a certain number of stories in a scenario for a single district, it'll output estimated population differences, estimated job numbers, estimated housing units by type. And then, for example, with the jobs, if you happen to build out a scenario where you add 100,000 square feet or whatever, 5,000 square feet of a certain commercial type, it'll line up a job ratio to that. So you can see how many people you actually might theoretically add in each one of these scenarios. And then, of course, we have, and really, it takes some computing power, but this can happen on the fly, and it's just really cool. It's really cool that we have the numbers behind it, too, to do this studying, so that when we take things back to you as leaders and to your planning board and to your citizens, we can kind of test these things in real time and say, yes, maybe the view shed will be changed here, and show it in 3D, but we'll also have the economic impacts along with our partners from Lambert. We'll have numbers and nice images, and we'll be able to test it all very quickly. So I think that's pretty much at the end of my section there. Let me see. Go back to the slides, please. But you can kind of see actually how you just change a number, turn the knob, and it starts adding actual stories onto certain types of buildings. And then we always are able to test this with live audience polling, which is through the mobile device, as I mentioned. Is that the last one?
Yeah.
Okay. Hand it back to Louis. You can stop right now if you would ask any questions on that particular subject as well, on the engagement piece or the participation.
Commissioners?
What time of year would you be looking at doing the citizens workshops?
We certainly want to just find it at high impact times when people are going to be there. So throughout the year, I think we'll probably try to space it out evenly so that, really the idea is to start with a visioning sort of session. So you come in with that critical distance as we can as consulting team, and then start to build your consensus. That's really the first step, and then we want to test that. So we won't come in with any modeling at the first workshop, right? So as far enough apart to where we can effectively build up our modeling and our questions and our consensus and issue list, and then we'll test all those things and confirm them with the community at the next one.
Well, and we'll work with the community on scheduling. We understand, August probably isn't the best time to do meetings, and November, December. We're sensitive to those concerns, but we'll work closely with you on that. But really, we can start early on in the process, the public engagement.
Okay.
Yeah, based on your
18 months.
Yeah, it looks like the initial phase 1 you're looking at September through April. So that puts us right in the middle of season. So that's actually pretty perfect.
Have you given any consideration to the Live Local Act?
Yes.
I find that a high priority.
That is always a consideration these days. Fortunately, we think with the type of pressures that you're getting, it is primarily existing, already large residential, and the town center districts, so it's not going to be affected quite so much by that. But there's not a whole lot we can do about it.
Well, there's just concerns with the threats of if we don't get this, then we're going to do that we've seen here in the city.
Yeah.
And I don't think anybody liked being threatened that way.
Yeah.
And again, we have our flooding issues here, and getting rid of setbacks and zoning and things to that effect, just to add more concrete, is a problem here on this beach.
It is.
In any beach town.
We're going to be looking at things holistically, traffic concerns as well, that we heard mentioned. And especially visually, I think is one of the biggest concerns that we hear from the public is, you know, what this does visually and to traffic.
Sir, what other cities have you worked with, specifically coastal cities?
Oh, we do a lot of work in Pinellas County.
Want to go back to your slide from like?
You had a slide.
Oh, yeah. That would help. But some of our clients include Treasure Island, Madeira Beach. We've done a lot for Tarpon Springs. Yeah, they're all listed up there.
Understand.
South Pasadena. Yeah, Reddington Shores. We're currently working for Bel Air Beach. So yeah, just a lot of projects. This one is a little larger than a lot of the projects that we worked on locally, but I think it's comparable to Tarpon Springs, and Oldsmar's not exactly coastal, but they're on the water, and we just finished their comp plan update.
Thank you.
When you talk about the community meetings and getting public input, is the what's the plan of outreach for getting people involved? Is that something that's part of your scope of work, or do you rely on city staff to make sure you get people to show up? Or if you have the first community meeting and you have, you know, clearly this is an issue that a lot of people should and need to be involved in. If you have the first community meeting and 12 people show up, do you go, well, okay, we did something wrong, we need to redo that, or how does that work?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I mean, we are going to work closely with city staff, primarily to identify stakeholders and to discuss how they think the community meetings will best be designed. But we have experience on, you know, doing non-traditional outreach events through social media, things like that. Go ahead, Dave. Probably.
Every time we do one of these, we ask folks how they found out. It's usually either through social media or HOAs. Usually get a lot of the word out. So those are probably the two ones we hear the most. But I'm telling you, social media, Facebook ads, with depending on the scope of your budget for advertising, it's not much, but it has the highest impact because it pops up depending on where you are. If you wanted to do it in the city of St. Pete Beach, it would target those folks. If you want to get a certain age group of people, you could target those folks by those parameters. So those are really the most effective. But when all else fails, papering, right? It seems to really, really work well. The old school stuff still works too. We want to bolster that with some of the newer technology.
And is that and then are those methods of advertising, are those covered under the budget for your scope of work, or is that the city's part of the job?
We utilize, if you have a public relations person, we utilize the city's website. But yeah, other things like advertising and things like that, we do budget for that and
Okay.
for social media as well.
It's pretty low cost, high impact though.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right, phase two.
All right, yeah, if I could get the slides back up. Oops. All right, phase two, probably not as much input on this part, but so we'll just shoot over this. It's basically once we get the key recommendations and everybody agrees, staff, the commission agrees what those recommendations will be, this is where we propose putting them into your comprehensive plan and land development regulations if possible, if necessary rather, and then we move forward with that adoption process. So that's pretty straightforward. I didn't want to spend a lot of time on those next steps, but you know, that will be the deliverable is your updated comprehensive plan. And that's the conclusion to our presentation. We'd be glad to answer any more of your questions, but we're excited about this project, and you all know it is important, and I think we're excited to hear what the community has to say.
Thank you. Commissioners, questions, comments?
I have a question for the city manager. How many proposals did we receive back?
We actually received 2.
2. And what was the process? Was it price-based that we decided on these folks? And I'm not being critical of them. I'm just curious. Just want to know.
My understanding of our review of bids, and I'll ask the team to come up and correct me if I stated incorrectly, is that they put a team together of internal experts, including our purchase manager. They have a scoring criteria for the bidding process, and it does not always go to the lowest bidder on some of these professional contracts, so they are looking as to the quality of the response from the each company that expressed interest.
Thank you.
I can add additional background on that, if you would like. So the process started last year. The commission decided to go ahead and put out a request for bids. We received two firms that applied. The commission actually invited both firms to the commission meeting, and we interviewed them each individually so that we can have a much more informed dialogue with them. So because the two firms were vastly different. I mean, both highly qualified, but just very, very different. One firm had worked with a lot of small and unique cities like us all over the world. And then this particular firm, as you saw by their list of cities, they've worked for, half the beach towns in the state of Florida. And so, even though, both firms were highly qualified, they both brought very unique things to the table. Because we're looking at a major comprehensive plan change, because we're looking at how it will impact potentially the large resort district and all the entities that might be involved there, because we're looking at potential moratorium, and because of the legal resources that this firm also has with the local knowledge, at that time it was decided that this was the best firm suited for our needs to help us do this comprehensive plan review. I mean, they've done this a number of times. They've done this for a number of cities in the state of Florida. And so at that point, the commission voted to move forward with this firm. We also reduced the scope at one point. So the original was in the $250,000 to $300,000 range. And we decided to narrow it based on feedback from the community. I remember Commissioner Worth-Frislowski at the time was actually the one that made the recommendation that since the community's primary concern seems to be the large resort district, the hotels, and some of the other areas, that we specifically focus our attention on that and also reduce the cost by only focusing on the specific areas that the community wanted to have attention drawn to. I hope that helps.
It does. I remember part of that now that you jogged my memory, but not all of it.
Yep.
Thank you, Mayor. And that's a good segue for me just to address the commission. You did ask to bring special counsel in to discuss someone who specializes in moratoriums, and so that our special counsel is coming on the 23rd. So if you approve this tonight and after that discussion you need further amendments, staff is prepared to work with the consultant to bring back amendments to the contract if it's approved tonight.
Thank you, City Manager.
I do have another question. On your phase 2, it talks about creation of alternative growth scenarios based on trends analysis and preferences for growth presented during public outreach events in phase 2. And so does that then, at that point then, is that when you would then bring that back for more public comment on the results of that?
Yeah, we anticipate that we are going to present different scenarios during the public engagement process, and we anticipate it'll be like a stay the same, medium, high growth scenarios that we'll have the visualization of that, how that looks. And there are other parameters that you can apply to that as far as, you can have more density but less footprint or lower heights and things like that. So we're going to try to distill that into a preferred scenario, and then that will be brought forward as a recommendation for amendment to the comp plan.
And if another scenario is preferred, that will be the proposed amendment.
Okay. I mean, my only concern, and this will probably be addressed in the future when we speak with council, but, I know we were talking about, timelines for some sort of development moratorium while we assess this. But this is a pretty long process. There's 6 months of public comment, and then there's a year after that of figuring out what to do with the public comment. And that's a long time for property owners in the city to have a whole lot of uncertainty about what they can and can't do with their properties, and if they can or can't be sold, and if anybody will or won't buy them. So I guess that's just a question that will be answered when we speak with council at the next meeting.
Okay. Do we have any public comments? Okay. Gentlemen, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Do we have a motion?
I'll motion. Sorry, let me bring this closer. Motion to approve a contract timeline and scope of service with Calvin Giordano and Associates, Inc. for comprehensive plan development in the amount of $156,800.
Do we have a second?
I second that.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Resnicki?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mulholland?
Yes.
Commissioner Marriott?
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson?
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, City Clerk. All right, next we have item 5B, to authorize the city manager to execute agreement with Caldesi Construction. Who's up?
Oh, you caught me off guard. I thought the seawall ordinance was next.
No, we're on action items, and since you pulled 3 out, we get to have 3 of them discussed tonight.
Gotcha. Right. So, yeah, I wanted to drill down on this a little bit. It's a lot of money, and while I was working through the budget, it appears as if the Dawn Vista, which it looks like we get $9,600 a month in rent. I apologize, a year, should be a month, a year in rents for that facility, and we're getting ready to invest $250,000, or potentially invest $250,000 into replacing the roof and the HVAC system. And I have some specific questions as it relates to those items, but I guess generally speaking, I'm not an artist, so I'm not fully read in on this facility. Are we subsidizing this facility because it's culturally good for the community, or what exactly? Because we're certainly not making any money off of it. So I guess the first thing, and I have several follow-on questions before I would wish to vote on this, but can somebody enlighten me if there's more to the story here than $9,600 a year in rents?
Go ahead.
May I?
Sure.
Yes. I have answers to your questions if you will allow me.
I like answers.
So this was deeded to the city. It's a restricted deed by the federal government in 1975. Must be used for recreation, public park, public recreation purposes. In order for us to even do what we're doing now, which is technically a memorandum of understanding with the Suntan Art Center to put on an art show. We had to get it approved through the federal government, Department of Parks and Recreation up in Georgia. Any changes that we've done to this building, including installing Wi-Fi and some internet cables and even a baffle box on the property, our office had to work with the federal government to get approved just because it is deed restricted. If we don't use it for that purpose, then the federal government takes it back. The $800 is part of the memorandum of understanding. That agreement is up in 2025, I believe. And then in that point, you can always renew it for a higher fee, but it comes out to $9,600 because it's $800 a month for the Suntan Art Center to put on an art show based on artwork that's prepared at our public facilities, essentially. So it's very restrictive on the use of it, but it has to be open to the public. Parking lot included.
So the parking lot was deeded as part of the property as well?
Building and the parking lot.
Understand. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I'm very familiar with it since it's so close, but there's also a park as well. But the fisheries, it is very specific, and it's more than just the Suntan Art Gallery. I mean, there's a lot of other classes available for the community there. Either Toastmasters, for example, goes there. There's yoga classes being held, so it's more than just art that's being offered. Obviously, more intense in art for the citizens. I know I'm one that's used it, and many who use that facility, as well as a community center, just kind of like the community center in our rec center or the one down in Paso Grill, the Webster, correct? We use it the same way. So there's many uses. And just a question to Matthew, since you're talking about the federal part, this is also historic, if I'm correct, right? It's a historic building because it's part of the Don Cesar Hotel, so I don't know if you're familiar with the history, though I'm not sure when that national registration happened, but my question is more about, does this have to be approved through the feds because it is a historic building? Does it have to go through their architectural, let's say, approval process? I'm not sure. That's just a question I have for that. Thank you.
So I do know that it's on the National Registry. It is historically designated. Do you need approval? I don't know the answer to that question.
So, Commissioner Rosensky, yes.
I'll get you a cheat sheet.
Yes, that won't do any good. It's not a cheat sheet. So I assume you would admit $9,600 a year is not much money for the investment we're making here. But I recognize there's other uses, just like the Warren Webster building. And many of those uses are community-based uses. Is there, let's say this building were to go away, is there anywhere else that's feasible for these type functions to happen?
Well, and I guess I would ask, are we receiving any rent from any of the other community centers? You know, are you getting anything from Webster Hall? Are we getting anything from the rec center? This is an asset for the city, so unless the question you're proposing is, do we eliminate an asset for the city to reduce costs, it's the same asset that we would have with the Webster or with the rec center. Or the community center, correct. So, which obviously has expenses. We also have to do the HVAC for the community center as well. You know, it's an asset for the city, so.
And I certainly understand that. You know, this is a pretty big expense we're getting ready to lay out. So I know that we do get rents for the Webster building. I think last year we got $100,000 on the community center in rents, which, you know, is not a small number, but it's probably not enough for that particular facility. It just seems like this is a very expensive facility, albeit beautiful. And I'm not saying that we ought to give it back to the federal government or any of that. I just wanted to have the discussion. So I'll raise that issue. If anybody else questions that, then fine. I would like to ask some specific questions as it relates to the repairs and the maintenance that's been outlined to us. And I guess, Madam City Manager, is Mr. Clark available to answer those questions?
Yes, Commissioner.
While Mike makes his way up here, is there, because I mean, it'd be it's nice to have a city asset in that location. We don't have very many. Is there a way to actually acquire it from the federal government so that at least we own it, so that when we spend money on something, we spend money as an owner rather than a tenant?
Great question. Don't know. I mean, but I do know you can't, this isn't something that you can lease. Right? You can't give someone an interest in this property.
No, I'm saying like,
I'm just saying, to your point, like, it has to be used. You can't lease it. I mean, even this concession or this memorandum of understanding, I'd prefer a lease agreement, but we can't even call it that.
Understand.
Right. But to your point, Mayor, great question.
Yeah. I mean, if we own it, then it leaves us open to, hey, if they wanted to host a wedding party next door, now we have additional uses that we could use it for, where we could offset some of the costs.
Right.
And if the federal government is, I mean, it almost sounds like it's a building that they're really not interested in having, so they're giving it to us to hold on to for them while we carry all the expenses. But if we could just acquire the property in some way. Anyway, Mr. Clark, I believe Commissioner Mulholland have a few questions for you.
Yes, sir, Mr. Clark. So one question. It struck me when I saw the estimates, and I went to the building today. I was able to get in all the rooms with the exception of the one underneath the tile roof. My experience and understanding is that tile roofs typically in Florida have a 25 to 35 year lifespan. I know the flat roof, that's a whole different story, but it's been bundled in here that we need to replace the tile roof. Is that side leaking? I know I'm going to talk a little bit about the flat roof side in a minute, but specific to the tile roof side, is that leaking as well, or it's like, well, these guys have got to put HVAC units in, they've got to redo the flat roof, and the tile roof isn't great, but maybe it's okay, but let's just do it all at once. Which, if this were a revenue-producing place, to me, that would make perfect sense. But this isn't a revenue. This is a nice place to have that's really pretty. So the tile roof, 20 years, isn't that a little premature?
I can address that we had a professional inspector go up there, give an assessment, do a complete and thorough review of all three of the roofing systems, came up with a report, and the report was that it is in the facility's best interest to replace all three roof systems at this time.
Okay.
You have to remember we're framing these roof systems down on over 100-year-old boards that have weathered with their age, and so how we address this kind of maintenance is important.
Okay. So we are maintaining this building. If there's an issue with a leak or what have you, the city of St. Pete Beach is repairing that, or it's not a tenant, I understand, but for all intents and purposes, is the tenant doing the internal repairs, or are we obligated to do the internal repairs of a roof leak or something of that nature?
To the best of my knowledge, the major repairs have been done by the city since I've been here. 5 years or so ago, we had a major replacement of a lot of the stucco on all sides of that facility that had been damaged over time, because we had roof leaks leaking down in between the stucco and the plaster beneath it. We actually had a professional team out of Michigan who specializes in that kind of historic preservation come down and do that particular project. The elevator is a little problematic from time to time, and just other aspects. I think facilities maintenance has their calls to go in there for whatever small things happen inside the structure. These big items come to Public Works.
Yeah, bringing people in to do the stucco from Michigan sounds expensive, but okay. So it sounds like you don't really know if the roof leak has been repaired previously. It needs to be repaired now. It's not desperate, but it's, the ceiling has been damaged in the second floor area that I was able to, well, 2 spots, but particularly in probably the meeting room. Do you know, is that just a one-time leak, or have we repaired that before? Do you have any knowledge of that?
There have been repairs previous to this, small in nature, site-specific. But again, as I said, when we have a professional roofing inspector walk through the building and they give us a report as to what the best course of action is, now at this point to prevent further damage and take care of the systems, then that's what we're basing our recommendation on.
I think that's all my questions. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Commissioner. Questions, comments from the commission? Do we have any public comments? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Clark.
Mayor, could I ask one question?
Sure.
For the staff or, the city manager? Knowing that this is and the reason I've brought up about the historic nature of the building, had we considered looking for potential funding through the National Registry? Because we don't have, the Don Cesar Hotel is the only other property in the city of St. Pete Beach that has a national registry, if I'm correct, right, other than this particular property. Is there a possibility to looking to see it, maybe? No? I see a nod, but maybe.
I don't think the Don and this are the only two on the National Registry. There are homes in Paso Grill that are for
Oh,
sure.
that are on the national, okay, good.
Correct.
All right, so.
Our shuffleboard
so
shack,
sorry,
I believe, is
corrected.
on the registry.
Pardon?
The shuffleboard shack.
Okay. Okay, but property owned, I guess I'm not talking about.
City owned.
City owned.
Got it.
Correct, city owned. So, it's not that I'm trying to delay this repair, but, if we repair, but there's a grant out there, it's almost, can we still search for one and acquire the funds to pay back what we repaired, or somehow to talk to the federal government, who's responsible, I don't know if it's the Veterans Administration or who's the division in the feds that's managing this memorandum that we have, but is it possible to work with them to find out if we could find funding to replace the cost, right, to reimburse the city back? Just a question. I'm not looking for an answer, but.
Well, I just want to clarify. Federal government has transferred title to this property to the city. So we are not renting it, we are not leasing it, we own the property for all intents and purposes. We are just restricted on how we can use it, correct? That would be a great question for the Historic Preservation Board. Lynn Rossetti applies for grants. She just got one to do surveys down Corey Avenue. She got one to do in Paso Grill. She gets roughly $50,000 a year through state grants, and I think that's a perfect opportunity.
She's using this particular building for the survey that we're doing in the Don Cesar neighborhood, and in conjunction with Bella Vista as a contributing structure, correct.
Can we apply for grants if we approve this tonight, or do we have to wait to approve this and then apply for grants and then bring it back?
So my understanding with federal money, and you can correct me if it's just FEMA, but if you start a project before the federal government approves your project, that you pretty much are null and void on any work done prior to the government approving it. And my additional experience with the federal government is they are the slowest to operate on any grant money. So, best case scenario, 2 years to get a grant through on a historic?
So I think it's a great question. It's kind of exciting, actually. I haven't delved into this particular area. I can't imagine that there aren't some types of grants along the lines that you're thinking. I don't believe it would be FEMA. They're they're typically a disaster recovery style group. It would be somewheres down deep in the bowels of some 3-letter agency that deals with, the historic register buildings and such of that nature. I think we could probably find ourselves a professional who deals in the financing of these kinds of things and asks some questions. To Commissioner Mulholland's point, is this something important to do? I absolutely recommend that this is something that we do, but we don't have to do it today. The building's not going to fall down, the timbers aren't going to rot away, the termites aren't going to eat it. So I think we've got some time. And if it's a year, that might be a little bit tough. But if it's just a couple of weeks or a month for us to find out what the grant cycles are and what the possibilities are, then we can apply that timeline to the damages that we're seeing and make a more intelligent decision moving forward. As do we wait like a year or 2 years for a cycle like we are with the boat ramp? Or are we going to walk right into a grant cycle that ends in November? And there you are. So I'm perfectly comfortable with stepping back for a short period of time, seeking the advice of a professional that operates in this realm and find out what the answer to your question is.
How long are your bids good for?
90 days. And then they will reassess because this is a continuing contractor. So basically, we'll just put a pause on this. And if there's price escalation later on, then we can work that in. This is not a bid. This was not put out on the street. This is a continuing services contractor that's under our. We can do a task order and modify this at any time. So we're not in jeopardy of losing these projects.
Do you think that's something that, I mean, I hate to task staff to do something, it's not my job to, but.
We have a lobbyist team the city pays for, so I'm already trying to get an email out to them to see what the cycle is for federal.
Because we're talking 3 months, right? So
Preservation.
just to do some study or some kind of quick reach so that you can come back and say, no,
I just
forget
don't
it.
want to mislead you. There is nothing quick with the federal government.
No.
I just want to be very clear.
Yeah.
I have never had anything go quickly.
But I think we would know the answer as to whether or not there's availability of funds and what the grant cycles are fairly quickly.
We can find that out quickly.
And then the second decision would be which way do you go?
Good. So there's a consensus that we table this for 1 or 2 commission meetings to give staff an opportunity to look and see if there are any.
What's the language, Matthew, for an uncertain date to return?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Well, a certain date, right? We're saying not go over the 90 days.
Can we just pull this
Are
from
you
the
continuing
agenda?
this to a date certain, or are you?
No, continuing to a date uncertain. I don't know if it'll take us 2 weeks or a month and a half.
I think Francis has clear direction to just bring it back when it's ready.
I like it.
So we're in agreement for both items 5B and C, formerly 4B and C. Instructions to the city manager are to table this for tonight.
I am.
And then take a look and see if there's any grant opportunities. Thank you. All right, next we have action item 5D. The change order for Half Associates for Bell Vistas Drive seawall.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I had asked this to be moved only because I need clarification. This, so I seem to recall, it was probably during the budget meetings, although I'm not certain. Mr. Clark spoke to the fact that we were going to do a test of the new tidal valves, and that test was going to take place in the Don Cesar neighborhood. That was my recollection of it. And then when I saw this change order and I read the conditions of the change order, it kind of sounded like this is what was going to happen in the Don Cesar neighborhood as a test. And then when I looked at the total dollar amounts, and it didn't really seem like that it was anywhere near the same kind of money we were talking about for the Don Cesar test. So I guess my question is this the test of the vaulted tidal check valves, Or is this something different and the Don Cesar test is still going to happen moving forward?
So the Don Cesar project is a retrofit of 5 previously constructed outfall structures. And the concepts that we're using, the tide check valve vault was a concept that was created by me and several other engineers and designed by HALF. And I've shared that design with other engineers outside of our organization, and everybody's very interested in it. And partnering it up with a baffle box makes sense for the debris issue or the interference of the proper operation of a tide check valve, and as Representative Cheney mentioned, the water quality aspects of returning water to the bay. So whether or not it's a test, this is the first time anybody's done this, so we can call it a test. I have a high level of confidence in its success. The Bella Vista neighborhood was previously approved for tide check valves at 2 locations. That road in Bella Vista floods very similar to the roads in the Don Cesar neighborhood. And when we first thought about what we were going to do in Bella Vista, we had a number of ideas because the topography there is just a little bit different. The seawall configurations is a little different, and we want to make sure that we're addressing the uniquenesses of the particular neighborhood's requirements. And so we awarded that task for design. Let's see here.
I think it's November 27, 2023.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I just bundle my stuff up here. When we awarded that design for the tide check valves, we were still thinking our way through what's the best configuration for that neighborhood. And so in that award, we mentioned baffle boxes, but we said designed by others because we weren't positive it was going to be a sun tree baffle box or some other structure that we were kind of thinking about. After a lot of thinking and conversation with engineers, we could not come up with a better solution than the pre-manufactured sun tree baffle box. And so what this does is it brings that baffle box into this design and makes this design the same as what we are doing in the Casablanca neighborhood in 2 locations. Does that make sense?
So isn't this one a lot less expensive than what's projected for the other one?
It's only 2 locations, so individually they're all about the same cost of design, but by using HALF and bringing the baffle boxes into this one, we kind of gain a little, we take advantage of their experience, so they're not going to spend as many hours doing this, and so we do get a little bit of a price break on it from that perspective.
So, and I asked this question specific to this actual request, but also, how does any of this affect the Paso Grill Way replacements?
The city engineer and I are preparing a future tide check valve prioritization report for the city manager so that she can understand why we select the locations that we select and how we go about doing that and what the criteria are. We'll have that report fairly quickly. And when the time is appropriate, we can bring the right projects for the right reasons back to you all for approval. So the Paso Grill tide check valves, there's also one for the Bella Vista Isle Drive neighborhood. District 1's got some issues. So I'll just tell you that it's the depth of flooding in the roadway that prevents transportation from taking place during high water events that pretty much drives the train of decision-making. So we'll be bringing that data from previous reports forward to the city manager for analysis.
And Madam City Manager, just to clarify, and I know there'll be amendments, but the Don Cesar check valves as well as the Paso Grill Way check valves were in this budget that was just approved.
That's one of the projects that I didn't see, so I think it's last year's budget. I think.
So the $750,000 resiliency fund that was created almost to this day last year was restricted, as I understood it, to the Don Cesar neighborhood.
Correct.
But there is a sustainability fund, and there are other stormwater funds available for these kinds of projects, and that's where the other projects will be funded out of.
So the budget, Madam City Manager, I know we're jumping around. So page 148 of the budget shows Don Cesar out valves, Paso Grill check valves, Don Cesar baffle boxes, Don Cesar baffle boxes. That's next to the last item on page 148 of the budget.
Are you in the stormwater, I'm sorry, stormwater fund?
So it's the DC is what I think you're saying, right? DC, or it says DC for Don Cesar.
Yes, that is correct. Those are in the 2025 budget.
Yes, okay. I just wanted, since we were talking about that, I just wanted to confirm that. Thank you.
But now that's design and built out. The money that I think you're seeing on that budget. Mike, let me ask one question, because maybe this might help, and it'll help me for sure, or Commissioner Mulholland as well. What is the total expense? Because this is a second. It's almost like a change in design, right? So back in November of last year, we approved $18,000. What was it? $18,200 for a continuing contract for professional design service. So to me, continuing means that there was something even prior to that, right? No? So this is, why is it continuing? So that was the initial design for these particular locations in Bella Vista?
No, we use the word continuing to describe the form of contract that we have with the design firm.
Of half.
They continue from year to year as we continue to renew them. And so through the course of the year, we can give them a task order for anything within their scope of services. And right now we have about 12 projects with half.
Okay. So this is more like 28,000 in total, if you're thinking of the change that we're adding.
18 and 10, yeah.
Okay.
But we really did want to bring this before you so that everybody would understand what our intents are to try to protect our neighborhoods.
Oh, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
I make a motion to authorize the city manager to execute the change order with Half Associates for the Bella Vista Drive seawall outfall modifications project in the amount of $10,074.98.
Second.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Vice Mayor Mulholland,
Yes.
Commissioner Marriott,
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson,
Yes.
Commissioner Reznicki,
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Next, we have ordinances. 6A, final reading of ordinance 2024-02. City Clerk.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Ordinance 2024-02, an ordinance of the City of St. Pete Beach, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances, Chapter 98, Buildings and Building Regulations, Article 3, Property Maintenance, Section 98-66, Residential and Commercial Property Maintenance, Article 4, Seawalls, Bulkheads, and Retaining Walls, Section 98-100, Standards for Seawalls, Bulkheads, and Retaining Walls not on Gulf of Mexico, Section 98-101, Standards for Seawalls, Bulkheads, and Retaining Walls on the Gulf of Mexico, Section 98-104, Appeals, providing for codification, conflicts, severability, correction of scrivener's error, construction, publication, and an effective date.
Good evening, Brennan Berry, planner. So I just wanted to quickly cover the purpose of this ordinance. I can definitely go into more detail if you have any specific questions. The first is to reintroduce seawall, bulkhead, and retaining wall variance standards and requirements. The last update to our variance standards for seawalls was in 1997. At the time, the standards were tied to other chapters and sections of our Code of Ordinances. Boards had different responsibilities. They've just become out of date. As other sections have been updated, we have not been updating the seawall standards for variances. So this is just an opportunity to bring those back in and ensure that the standards are in line with how we have previously reviewed variances. We are proposing it to be an administrative process. It's something that would be reviewed by the building official at the time that the permit is made for application. The variance standards would need to be supported by a marine engineer analysis. It would not just be, filled out by a property owner. It would be by a marine engineer. Appeals, as for anything else, would come to the city commission or designated board. The second is to update outdated technical and construction standards. Again, over 25 years since these standards have been looked at. At the time, the standards really relied on concrete and aluminum. Since then, there have been fiberglass, there have been other materials that have been introduced. It's really to bring the technical and construction standards up to date. And the third is to set minimum maintenance requirements for seawalls. The city does not have any explicit seawall, bulkhead, retaining wall ordinances at the moment. We are proposing to add those in. Compared to the first reading, there were 4 amendments were discussed with you at the first reading. The first is to maintain the existing cap thickness and width standards. The first reading showed those standards removed. We just added them back in. There have been no alterations to those standards. They were just reintroduced. The second is requiring steel to be corrosion resistant. Corrosion is one of the leading causes of failure in seawalls. The cost of corrosion resistant steel isn't much higher. It isn't much more burden on the property owner. So it is something that the building official is requesting. The third is out of a discussion that we had at the first reading, adding in standards, adding in references to living shorelines throughout the amendments to make sure that they comply with the NAVD 88 height requirements that were adopted a few years back. Whenever there's any kind of new or substantial improvement, obviously we don't have many living shorelines in the city, but when they are introduced, we want to make sure that they meet those standards and that they comply with the other development standards, that they're backed by sound engineering analysis and so on. The fourth was another discussion point. We didn't want to inordinately burden property owners that are maintaining their seawalls, that are maintaining seawalls at the height that they were properly permitted for under this ordinance. That may be a discussion that the city has in the future, but the intent with this was really just to introduce some maintenance standards to make sure that seawalls are not physically degrading, whether or not they've been properly permitted through our office. So what this update does is remove any overtopping from a properly maintained seawall that may have been constructed in 2019, 2020, before the new NAVD standards were introduced. We did not want somebody who had been properly maintaining their seawall, who experienced overtopping, to need to bring the seawall into compliance with the current code, as long as they are maintaining it the way that it was permitted. So we did just clarify that language to exclude those from the definition of a degraded seawall protection structure. And those were the 4 changes from the first reading. We ask that you motion to adopt Ordinance 2024-02. Did you have any questions for me?
Commissioners?
Just one question. I know we talked about backfill, right?
Mm-hmm.
Since these are going to be engineering designs that the building official will then look if there needs to be a variance, do we have to update the backfill ordinance, or because we allow the engineers to bring the design to the building official, it can be done at that point?
I believe it can be done at that point. I don't know that there's any specific standard related to backfill, at least in our code. I wish he was here. I know he had a standard for it, but there is a certain distance at which the seawall can project off the rear property line to the rear property line. I think it's 12 inches. That's the point where the state gets involved. So there are other standards that we're not necessarily responsible for here at the city.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Brandon.
And one more thing, Brendan, just because we did get that, just because I didn't want to forget, the Tampa Bay Council, gave us that packet. Is that something that you all are looking at as well as incorporating into, because I know you can bring this back later, it doesn't have to be done now, but that you may be incorporating and bringing back to the commission for discussion?
We have read through that. I don't think anything in this update is in conflict with that. Of course, those are much more involved standards than what we're proposing here. I think it is something we're planning to look through and bring back for a broader discussion at some point.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk, do we have any audience comments? Thank you. Commissioners, do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to adopt ordinance 2024-02, seawall bulkhead and retaining wall regulations.
I'll second.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Marriott?
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson?
Yes.
Commissioner Resnicki?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mulholland?
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Next, we have item 6B, first reading of ordinance 2024-06. City Clerk, please.
Thank you, Mayor, Commission. Ordinance 2024-06, an ordinance of the City of St. Pete Beach, Florida, amending Appendix A of the city's Code of Ordinances, implementing an hourly public parking increase, implementing a wastewater fee increase, providing for codification, conflict severability, correction of scrivener's error, construction, publication, and an effective date.
Great, great, thank you. So I know in our previous budget meeting, we talked about evaluating fees and looking for alternative revenue sources besides the dominant ad valorem tax revenue. So here's an opportunity to do so. And specifically to parking revenue, 25-cent increase is proposed to $4.25 per hour for weekday, and then for weekend, also a 25-cent increase to $5 per hour. That'll generate an estimated additional $255,000 of revenue. And then on the wastewater side, increasing the fees from $44.65 to $47.67 for the first 3,000 gallons, and then an increase on a per 1,000 gallon from $14.73 to $15.73. That'll be almost $600,000 estimated additional revenue. So staff recommends approval of this ordinance. I'll address any questions if you have them.
Thank you, Andrew. I did have one question on the parking fees. I know in Paso Grove, for example, we have on certain weekends and holidays a flat fee of $25 per day. Mm-hmm. Have we looked at changing that, or just based on this, we're keeping it the same? Did we look at what impact it might have if we just switched to hourly? Do we have any data on that, or?
I don't have any specific data on that, but it's something we can look at and evaluate. You're suggesting potentially changing that to hourly and what that financial impact could be?
Yeah, so the reason it's come up is I've had a few discussions with the business owners in Paso Grove, particularly on 9th, 15th, and also on Paso Grove Way. Their comments were that, especially if it's a holiday weekend, if they're coming into the ice cream shop or to the restaurant for breakfast, they have to pay $25 even if they're there for only a couple of hours. And so that, in their opinion, that's limited some of the traffic that they might get for the business owners. And so the question was, is there a way to, would it be feasible to amend that?
Well, Mr. Mayor, I hope we do. I believe we have a full parking evaluation coming. Mm-hmm. I'm with you. I've spent a lot of time talking to people down there myself, and there's a lot to be considered, but I would hope that real soon we're going to take a deep dive on everything down there, what you brought up and many other things as well. And I certainly hope next budget season that the parking discussion is more in depth as it relates to raising the fees, and we spend a little more time on it than throwing 25 cents to close a budget deficit, which seems like it happened this year. But I, for one, hope that we spend a lot of time on parking citywide. I think there's a lot of movement for it. I know, Ms. Mary, you've spoken of it. I believe the city manager has chimed in on it, that there's a lot of meat on the bone there, both from a just making it better perspective, but also a potential maximizing the revenues. So you'll have a supporter in me if we want to get serious about getting that whole situation better.
Yeah, I mean, that was specifically a request from the business owners in Paso Grove, but thank you for reminding me that we have the parking study coming up, and that actually would be ideal, one of the great many things to look at during the parking study. So I'll withdraw my comments, and we can take care of this as is, and then we'll revisit it.
I have, in my meetings, been soliciting comments, and my last meeting I actually asked people to start sending me emails so I could start, besides just keeping my own notes, but keeping books on the input that I'm getting. So I will count on me for working very hard with you on that one. Perfect.
All right, any other questions for Andrew on the parking meter ordinance?
I have a question. Because we lumped wastewater and parking in the same, ordinance or reading. But, let's pretend here. We don't want to do wastewater, but we want to do parking. Was this the way of doing this, putting them together? Like, can you separate something out? You can? Okay. I see a nod over there. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
For the record.
For the record. Okay.
Okay, so on the wastewater, just so we're on the same page, we are proposing increasing that by $3 a month.
2 cents.
Which we all know, I hopefully know that it's a lot more than just that, right? Because I've spoken to, I'm not a two-person in my house resident, nor one person, but I know I spoke to a couple of people who are two people, and they do use more than 3,000 gallons, and it's a 2-month cycle, so I'm not quite sure, because this I know says monthly, but we receive our bill, 2 months. So when someone is reading that, they're like, well, I brought my bill. I hate to say how much, because I'm a bigger family, but it's much more. It's not, wastewater is my highest on my bill for my water, right? Way higher than anything else there. It's significant. So, I could see it increasing significantly for me as a family, but even for those who are just two people.
Yeah, and so, Andrew, would you mind reminding us on why we're even having this discussion? Because we're approaching a significant deficit, and we're about to exhaust our reserve funds for this item, correct?
Sure, we do have a pretty ambitious capital improvement plan for fiscal year 25. We have a $6 million capital project for the Pump Station 1. I also presented to you all in the historical results for fiscal year 2023. If you just look on a cash flow basis, that outflows exceeded inflows for fiscal year 2023 for the wastewater fund. So it's pretty narrow as it is, plus with the additional capital expenditures we anticipate spending in 25. That's why staff felt that this increase was necessitated. There's not a significant amount of reserve in the wastewater fund, in other words.
If we don't do this, if I remember correctly from the last budget meeting, we will be 600,000 in the hole? Was that the number for the reserve
It was in
fund?
2 years, that we had 2 years of reserve, using reserve. Wasn't that what it was from the workshop?
If I remember correctly,
Or we would be using
we
all
want to be somewhere around $1 million each. Is that correct? And if we don't, this brings us down to about 300,000 in reserves?
Actually, Andrew probably needs to give you clearer explanation. In the workshop, it was left out that you have a $6 million pump station replacement that is at a point of failure if you don't replace it, and it's the main pump station that removes all of the wastewater off of the island.
May I ask when we found out about this?
When did you and I find out about this?
Well, we just found out, so it's been less than 19 days.
It's been in the last 19 days we found out about this.
Okay.
So we were preparing for this, and he's trying to fund. There is partial grant funding.
Right.
Yeah. So we have the grant funding, but we had to pull from the wastewater fund more than we had anticipated. So the numbers you saw in the workshop are not what we're dealing with now. I think we're in a negative.
That's right. So the general fund can absorb it and transfer. Ideally, we want the wastewater fund to be independent, self-sufficient from a financial standpoint.
And since we have half a dozen CUP applications roughly on the books, what conversations can we have about, so I know in the past, going back 10 years ago, we had negotiated with one of the developers as we were doing our $13.5–14 million Gulf Boulevard wastewater pipe. I mean, they had contributed $7 million at the time. They never did the project, so we never got the money. But now that we're looking at another half dozen big projects that somebody wants to build, what conversations can we have with those applicants?
If you want me to answer it, I will.
Sure.
If you're referring to the prior development agreement with Tradewinds, it wasn't $7 million, it was $2 million, and the way they were getting reimbursed technically was connection fees. So they were putting in the infrastructure, but essentially it would have been a wash because anytime someone connected to it, they would have had to pay a fee that goes right back to Tradewinds, and I was heavily involved in that development agreement. When it comes to the conditions that you want to add, there has to be a rational basis. It can't be an exaction. You can't just say, I want you to replace the sewer, even though the sewer and the wastewater is okay, right? So you have to be meticulous with the conditions that you ask, and they have to have, essentially, in big picture, you're implementing conditions to make you feel comfortable that they're meeting their criteria. They're meeting the criteria straight up, then they're meeting the criteria straight up. But what you're doing is you're trying to benefit the community, because there's a bunch of different things, especially in the community redevelopment area. You have a list of 25 criteria that they have to meet. And if you feel like these conditions will get you over the edge and say, you know what, based on this, I'm granting you approval, then that's what you would do. I just, to have a blanket rule of, if the city's in need, 100%, we've done it before. And it's, at the end of the day, if there's development agreements, it's all a negotiation. Developer gets up here and says yes, it's on the record.
Okay. All right. Any other questions, comments on the parking rate and wastewater?
One last question. Well, maybe not last, but one more question. Because I know we separated out here as residential base rate and commercial base rate, but yet they're the same. Why do we separate between residential and commercial if they're the same? Is there a reason for that? Like, why isn't it just for all owners? You know, like what's the difference? Do we know if one is making more of an impact than another, or?
I imagine that's just how the rate schedule is laid out, and then if in the future we wanted to change the rate for one or not the other, or change it a different proportion, we have that ability to do so.
Yeah, I've seen it pretty customary that you have different rates for commercial versus residential because the loads are completely different.
Mhm.
So when we do the rate study, I'll be asking them to specifically look at that, especially when your developments have restaurants and bars, and those are heavy loads on a wastewater system.
Absolutely.
So I think there is some course correction that could happen there, and that's not linked specifically to new development. That would be all commercial.
Correct, yeah.
And just one more point is, yes, we do have a major capital project in fiscal year '25, but also if you look at that multi-year plan, the total is over $27 million in the next 5 years of capital improvements. Now, some of that can be funded. We can issue debt to fund it, but then we need to, make debt service payments. So in order to do that, we need the proper revenue sources to do that. So it's not just a narrow-minded, okay, we got this big project next year, but we do have over a multi-year period some large CapEx.
Okay. Thank you. Any further discussion? Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to adopt ordinance 2024.
Commissioner Marriott, it's approved the first reading, sorry.
Yes, sorry. I'll make a motion to approve the first reading of ordinance 2024-06, parking meter and wastewater fees.
Do we have a second?
Wasn't involved in this, so somebody else would have to second.
I'll second. City Clerk, do we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Resnicki?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Maholland?
Yes.
Commissioner Marriott?
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson?
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, City Clerk. Next, we have resolutions. Item 7A, Resolution 2024-04, establish rate of stormwater service assessment. City Clerk.
Thank you. Resolution 2024-04, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of St. Pete Beach, Florida, establishing the rate of stormwater service assessments, approving stormwater service non-ad valorem assessment rules, and providing for conflicts, severability, and an effective date.
Andrew, welcome back.
Thank you. I've been up here so long, my computer's died. But this is, the ordinance here will leave the stormwater rate consistent, but as we discussed in the previous budget meeting, we want to take a harder look at that and undergo a formal study of our stormwater needs and relative to the rates, and come back to you in the future with a potential plan around that. But for now, as this ordinance provides, that we'll have the same effective rate as in prior year.
Thank you. Questions, comments for Andrew? Do we have any audience left to make comments?
We don't.
Scared them all away.
And you did say to keep the same rate, right? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay, right. I mean, kind of thumbs up. I have questions on that, but I know you're going to do a study or look into.
Okay. Do we have a motion to adopt the resolution?
I'll make a motion to adopt Resolution 2024-04 to establish the rate of stormwater service assessments.
Do we have a second?
Second.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Vice Mayor Maholland?
Yes.
Commissioner Marriott?
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson?
Yes.
Commissioner Resnicki?
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. All right, next we have items for discussion. Just as a reminder, we are due to adjourn at 10 p.m. We have 6 items for discussion. Speak fast.
Mayor, quick question, because I thought it was posted till 11. Is that what it says on the city? No? Okay.
Commissioner Woznicki, it may, because when you post an event in our civic clerk, it automatically pushes out an end time. So it may show an end time, but our rules and procedures that we adopted, you must adjourn at 10 p.m. or make a motion to continue the meeting to a later time.
Thank you for clarifying. It does say 11 on that, so that's why.
Okay, so we'll try to get through these. And if we need to extend, then y'all have been so eager to make motions this evening. All right, Commissioner Mulholland, discussion for board.
Yes, so we talked about this a little bit last week. I mean, we could probably spend 2 hours talking on it, I'm guessing, but I mean, the bottom line is, in my observations and participation in the Board of Adjustment, but also observing the other boards and some of the other things, I've just feel that there needs to be a higher level of accountability, but I also feel that we should empower the boards to do more. And if we don't want to do those things, then we probably just need to be honest with ourselves and stop wasting people's time and recognize that staff's going to make recommendations and decisions, and where appropriate and necessary going to be involved and make all the decisions. I'm fine doing it either way. I feel like we're kind of in the middle right now. Some of the boards we get kind of good information from. All the boards feel like that they don't get appropriate feedback from the city, specifically city staff, less the commission. So they get frustrated and they don't feel empowered. So this discussion happened, I think last October or whatever, with the commission that was seated at that time. Nothing ever happened with it, and then once again, as I got involved more with the boards, I saw the need that some things ought to be cleaned up, tightened up, and the real question is, you know, do we want to create more empowerment or do we not? I put thoughts together, just a starting point. I'm not going to get wrapped around the axle if somebody says, you know, I think your idea of wanting them to report every month is too much. I think it ought to be every quarter, whatever. These are my thoughts. I will say that the city manager gave me some intelligent feedback today, and I agreed with most of what she said. And I did have 2 members of the beach stewardship reach out to me today, which they somewhat echoed what the city manager told me today, in so much as adding dates to the beach stewardship, that, yeah, we can add dates to the beach stewardship, but the question is, we're already unable to staff for what we have, and the beach stewardship feels, at least the 2 members that I communicated with today, feels that if they're going to put in more time, then they want more support, not just more communication. Specific to the beach stewardship, I still feel that that's an important enough board or committee that they should meet monthly. I don't think quarterly is enough for that. That's my personal opinion. The other boards already are scheduled to meet monthly, so there's no change there. But I did get that feedback from 2 of the stewards today. One suggested they do 6 meetings a year rather than my recommended 12. And then the other one, among other things, felt that if the staff wasn't going to support them more, that it'd almost be a waste of time to do more. So the Historic Preservation Board, I had met with the chairman while I was a candidate a couple times. We had extensive conversations. They are coming up soon. I think they would probably, based on everything that's going on, the easiest to implement changes because they're already in right. And I know the chairman, unless he's changed his mind in the last month or two, generally supported my thoughts on the recommended changes for his board. I didn't consult with the Board of Adjustment because I sat on the Board of Adjustment and I felt I had a tremendously good flavor of that particular board. The Planning Board, we heard David Hubbard here, I think it's David? David Hubbard here last week expressing his frustration about basically feeling like they weren't being heard and empowered. I will also add, I know there was some conversation some time ago about people on the planning board specifically, but I would say Board of Adjustment applies to the quasi-judicials that they were sitting on the boards when their lobbyist reports were delinquent. And I have addressed that in what I proposed. So I know we could spend a lot of time on it. If, you know, as long as this isn't going to go on for months and months, you know, we can have a little bit of conversation and visit this again or whatever you feel, Mr. Mayor, how we proceed with this. But I definitely want to get the ball rolling if we're going to do anything. If we're not, let's be honest with ourselves.
Right. So my initial thought is, I've looked at that, read it, I agree with, you know, some of the changes are needed. I think you're right, we could spend a lot of time on it. I think if the commissioners were open to it, this might be worth, forgive me for saying this, but it might be worth a workshop, a commission-only workshop, right, where maybe we come in an hour early before one of the commission meetings, maybe when we have a light agenda, and we just spend an hour kind of, because you have, some of them are, I would say, redundant because it's the same change for all the boards, right? Yeah, if you miss more than 2 meetings, if you miss more than 3 in a calendar year, and so on. But I think some of the other ones, I think we could probably hammer it out in about an hour. But I think it would take probably close to an hour just to go through some of these. That is, again, as you said, if the commission is willing to tackle it. If we just want to leave it as is, right? I think it's something worth looking at sooner rather than later. You've heard me mention the Planning Board and the Board of Adjustment with their lobbying reports many times. So certainly an agreement there.
Mayor, I have a comment on it. I do think that we should look into our committees overall, but looking in the charter as well, because I think some of the, and I served, you know, on the Beach Stewardship Committee. I was a member, but the frustration, and I don't want to say it's frustration, because we volunteered, we came into this committee, we read our charter, we saw what we were responsible for, and then kind of started seeing like beach renourishment. You know, it's written in the charter, but it's not something we review. So that's a point of frustration, let's just say, for that particular committee. What I would like to do is then take the opportunities that we're having coming fairly soon with some of these committees that we do have a joint meeting with, to kind of you know, I don't want to say quickly, but what are the strengths, what are the weaknesses, what can we fix with that committee, versus us just, you know, on our own. We should be hearing from them what they're frustrated with, and I don't want to add a meeting just to add a meeting. If you need a meeting, I think they've always added a meeting. Beach stewardship, we didn't meet every month, but especially like when the beach ordinance came, I want to say we were meeting every month or maybe even more because of the need, right? So, and then that, of course, was taxing on the staff, but, you know, why, you know, I don't want to put, let's just meet to meet, you know, for no reason, but I would rather talk with each individual board and even consider looking at some of the ones that, and I hate to say the library, but like we have a library advisory, do we say advisory board or committee advisory? But, and I don't know the history on that particular one. When was it first established and what was the purpose at that time? But I'm also aware they have Friends of the Library. So, and I think, from my understanding, some people who serve on that committee are also friends of the libraries, which I don't know if that's a conflict, by the way, but it's there. But again, my point is, do we need it? You know, because it is taxing on the staff, and they're still providing some advisory, right? Because they're meeting as a group, and they can come here and present to us whenever there's something coming up on the library. Do we need it? You know, so again, revisiting the charter, seeing if there needs to be changes based off of purpose, and coordinating with them. You know, hey, let's just hash it out. What's going on, and work with them as well. So.
And just to clarify, I only selected those 4 boards because not a lot gets done here. And I figured if we went to the boards that have less impact, that would drag things on longer. That was the only reason why, you know, I didn't spend the time to, because I'm absolutely certain that every board or committee needs something fixed or made better. But the reason I chose these 4, and I appreciate your comments, but my fear is that this has been languishing since last October, I believe October. It may have been September, it may have been November. So we're almost a year later and nobody's done anything with this. And I you know, and maybe, you know, maybe not doing anything is better. I'm not saying that that's not the case, but I am fearful that if we take that approach, that we're not going to get anything done. You know, I respect your opinion, but that's how I feel.
Yeah, and I'm saying, because we do have workshops, so they, you know, I think if I remember, the Historic Preservation Board and maybe the Planning Board as well was coming back to us with certain recommendations, right? Or we're having discussions. So I think in that process we are tackling some of the things that you're mentioning, and we could have in that discussion. So I'm not saying,
no,
I think some people have brought it to us, is what I'm saying, as well as the beach stewardship, because I do remember the discussion even being on the committee of, it says beach renourishment, but this is not what we do.
I guess from my perspective, I just thought I wasn't necessarily looking for us to pass an edict. I was looking for us to develop a consensus, so when we did meet, I fully expected that. At least in we know beach is coming up for rewrite and historic preservation. My goal was to try to get a commission consensus on what we thought, and then communicate with the boards at that point before we pass something final. That was my thought.
And also in reading your recommendation, it was more a unilateral, you know, just setting base requirements rather than looking at each board individually. But one of the things that, again, we could do is look at these items specifically, since they would apply to all the boards. But maybe one of the other things, we have 9 boards? 7? Even easier.
Don't give us 2 more.
No. I was simply saying is what we could do is over the course of the next 12 months is once every 2 months, invite one of the boards in for a special sit down with them. Tell us what you do. Tell us what is in the charter that you actually don't touch, like the beach renourishment. Clearly, you can't control that. What resources you need, what help do you need, what adjustments should we make, how else can the commission support you, right? And then look at each board individually. Do the blanket revisions if that's what is desired, but then also have a plan that over the course of the next 12 months, you know, and maybe for one of those sessions would take 2 of the smaller boards that only meet on a quarterly basis, where I think one of them only meets twice a year. So, you know, we bring them in together. So then over the course of 6 meetings, over the course of 12 months, we get every single board in here. We get to actually talk with the board and see what help and resources they need. But I think some of the suggestions that you have brought up, I think those are necessary on just a general citywide level.
I like the idea of setting a higher standard and letting everybody rise to that. Also, the consistency, making it consistent through the boards, and communication is huge. So I like that. And I think it's worth us discussing it if we want to hammer it out, if we need to, and do that before a meeting. That's fine with me.
I like the idea of meeting with the boards and figuring out, individually what, if anything, needs to be changed and at what level, and starting there. I mean, I certainly understand Commissioner Mulholland's frustration with, nothing ever happens in this building, like, and it can be very frustrating, but I think that it's hard to take on all the problems at once,
So maybe, I think what I'm hearing, at least from the majority, is that over the course of the next 12 months, you would like us to schedule 7 joint meetings with each board separately and the commission, start at 5 p.m. on a regular meeting day to have that.
I don't think, no, my initial suggestion was that as a commission, we come in for a special workshop to look at these items that affect all the boards, and then as part of the regular commission meeting, just like we have different entities come in and do presentations, maybe as one of the first items, every other month, we invite one of the boards to come in and maybe take the first 10-15 minutes of that commission meeting and have a conversation with them. Again, what needs do you have, what research do you have, what adjustments would be beneficial.
Can I ask the city attorney a question? Even in this part, is part of the charter, isn't it? The
code.
Hours of the time, pardon?
It's part of the code.
The code. So we would have to change it through there as well, wouldn't we? I mean, what's the process for that? Is it just us throwing a motion, or,
The approach you're taking is a good one. I think you start with what they need to do, then you amend the code, and then from the code, then you develop resolutions for specific boards, laying out how they run meetings. Since I was asked, just since I've sat at every board at this point, they want direction. And the hard part from staff, and I'm not going to speak for Francis, is they rely on staff to give them direction, and sometimes there's nothing to do. Right? So the direction comes from you all. It's a very simple fix. If you want the beach stewardship to do something, give them the sea turtle ordinance. That'll keep them busy for 3 months. I mean, it's not. And the HPB, the difference with Historic Preservation Board is they had a goal in mind and they made it happen. But I got direction from you to be able to sit there. So it comes from you giving Francis and the city attorney's office direction to provide them support so that they can get where they need to get. So just my 2 cents.
Are you all agreeable to that plan? Okay. All right, it is 9:59. We can table the rest of the discussion items for next meeting, or we can, if somebody wants to make a motion to extend.
I make a motion that we extend the meeting until 10:30 in order to complete the discussion items.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Marriott?
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson?
Yes.
Commissioner Reznicki?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mulholland?
Yes.
Mayor Petrella?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. All right, next we have item 8B, a discussion on future revenues. Commissioner Mulholland?
Yes, and thank you, Mayor. I'll try to make this quick, because we've talked about this some already. As I was working with the budget here this past weekend, as well as what I've observed during the budget process this year, there's clearly, when we have line items in our budget that haven't been updated and reviewed in 35 years, I probably don't need to say any more. But I just want to be able to possibly, us get together, and the city manager and I have talked about this, to potentially maybe have some brainstorming sessions to just do a deep dive on a lot of, well, the $25 a day on the parking. I mean, the parking is a part of it, but there's so many different things. I'd like to know what our various debts are, what our loans, what our terms are, what our credit ratings are, and, you know, consider, I hate debt, but apparently we already have some, but we have a lot of needs in the city, and if for some reason, if we get creative and all of a sudden we feel we can generate, you know, a couple million extra dollars a year in parking or whatever, can we maybe float a utility bond in order to be able to, you know, put some real additional meat in our infrastructure? I just want to be able to spitball some things like that. And as I say, the city manager, I believe, has already sent a doodle call out. I kind of don't like that word, but to all of us about a Saturday meeting, which is my understanding, unless I misunderstood, that part of that meeting would be to do just that. I think what I've seen tonight from everybody on this commission is that none of us want a budget process to happen like it did this year. And there's a lot of issues with the way the process has been handled that wasn't just emblematic of this year. They've been legacy issues of lack of focus or whatever it was. But I get the sense, I feel encouraged that I think this group maybe wants to roll its sleeves up and actually do something. So anyway, that's why I wanted to bring that up. The city manager seems on board, and that's my discussion on that matter.
Thank you, sir. All right, pile driving. I'm all ears.
I attended the Historic Preservation Board meeting, whatever day it was, this week, doesn't matter. And there was a lady who owns a historic home in Paso Grill. And her home, the neighbor, I believe, bought the house next door, tore it down, and was driving piles and damaged her home. Damaged the concrete. She brought some photos in. Her sliding glass door won't open. Who knows what other damage was done. I just wanted to get it out there. I did reach out to Ms. Coleman, who updated to me that contractors have to have certificates of insurance for this type of stuff and this or that. I think we can all agree that we really don't want homeowners having to be chasing down a contractor's insurance company to fix problems with their house that they can physically see, and then who knows what other problems they can't see. And I'm not sure there's an easy fix for it. As I told that lady when I spoke to her after the meeting, we're probably not going to be able to do anything for her, but maybe we can do something for everyone else. Kristen, when she got back to me about this, she did indicate that Anna Maria Island has an ordinance on pile driving in certain proximity of homes. I read the ordinance. It still kind of falls in the category that you're relying on chasing the contractor's insurance company down. It just puts some more provisions in. I'm of the mind, because there's other options besides driving piles, that if you're in, a very close proximity to another home, I don't know if we can, but I don't know why we couldn't put a prohibition on pile driving under certain conditions. I know she had mentioned that we'd have to do an ordinance to do that. I don't know, I didn't ask her this. I don't know, this would only work for historic, well, this is historic home, it would work historic homes in Don Cesar Place as well. I don't know if the Historic Preservation Board could add that to their rewrite that they're in the middle of, rather than having to do a whole new city ordinance to get something in place. I don't know if anybody else besides me cares about the matter, but it just seemed like it's logical that somebody that's, 5 feet away from the side of your home, when there are other options to drive piles, shouldn't necessarily be driving piles, causing damage to a neighbor's home. So, that was my thoughts on it.
Comment. And I did watch the Historic Board Preservation, and I think even on that same meeting, there was another project that had come up, and they were not using pile driving, so they had chosen, I forgot what's called, it aggregate.
Boring, or there's two different
There
ways.
was like a floating, I forgot the term.
Yeah.
Auger, thank you. And I agree. I mean, I'm a victim of pile driving. So the Bayway, and you don't have to be next door, by the way, to have damage to your home. So when the Bayway Bridge was built, it's not next to my house, it's across the water, but it caused damage to my home and every other resident, not only in the Don Cesar, but on Vina as well, because we're talking about piling. It went every minute on the minute from 7 a.m. to 5:30 p.m., okay, when that construction occurred. So I could feel what it is, but I don't know the codes. I don't know what triggers. I mean, we've done some CUPs, right? And we've talked about what to approve and what kind of driving when they're putting foundations, not to impede damage to the property next door. Don't know if it's an ordinance. I don't know if it's an approval process or why some do it, some don't. Like in that particular day, I heard her speak, but then I know it's money, right? One's more expensive than the other. But why does one choose to do the right thing? I don't know, but I don't know. Maybe we do need to look at it. I'm not sure. I mean, I know there's a lot of people who have sustained damage because of pile driving, but I don't know the answer. So.
Okay. So is this something we want to look at for a future ordinance review, or what?
Maybe I can start practicing the prioritization conversation with you now as we're leading up to the priority work setting session. Maybe if you could start referring those items that are important but maybe not urgent to our priority work setting session. I'll start keeping a log. And then when we're there, we can start to talk about in what order would you like us to take these? And then also talking about which commission you'd like us to work with. And that could help start organizing it.
And in the interim, would it be possible for there to be some type of prohibition put in the Historic Preservations Board's rewrite that is currently being worked on? I know that's not a citywide, but it would at least address the historic homes, which are clearly more susceptible to damage. Is that feasible?
You asking me?
I think we put this one on the priority to TBD.
Yeah. Okay.
And then we will, I'm not sure that there's a way of just singling out.
Understand.
I mean, it'll still take the same process, ordinance,
Okay.
multiple readings.
Right, but don't we have a new ordinance coming for historic preservation already and essentially in the pipeline?
I mean, that's something if we want to kick it back to for them to take a look at.
It's more of a zoning ordinance.
Okay.
Pile driving, in my opinion, would be more of a code of ordinances type thing.
Or building code.
Because then you can go to code enforcement and violate them that way. land development code. They're working on the overlay in the CRDEA right now.
Okay. All right.
Thank you. All right, next we have item 8D.
I can move some of my stuff to the priority list. I just wanted to discuss the need for more protective or higher standards for traffic concurrency, and seeing if there's examples from other cities, given that we've had some changes that appear to kind of lower those concurrency standards. So I'll add that to the priority list. Yeah. I'll move on to the next one because we'll kind of get through this time. Unless anybody has comments on that.
I agree.
And then special event permitting was the other one. Just the process. There seems to be some discrepancy between the guidelines that are given by the recreation director. It says 200 people or more. There's a little guideline book, but that's not outlined in our code at all. So I do believe we talked about, city manager and I talked about that a bit today. It's at her discretion in regards to that, but there seem to be a lot of things that are popping up that are questionable whether they've gone through permitting or not, and how that process lays out. And if we get notification of it, or if they just go through because they same as last year, and then it goes back to who's paying for the extra services that they're getting, who's cleaning up. Is it residents paying for it, or is it the people putting on that event or hosting that event? So I have concerns with that, as well as the fees for that. There's another big one there. Appears there's some weddings that are getting by without getting permitted. We're missing out on some fundage from that, as well as bigger things. There's an event that's on Facebook right now that's September 20th over on Upland Beach. That who knows how many people are going to show up. So there's that. So there's some concerns on that.
Yeah. Could I add something to what you're saying, Commissioner Robinson? Because I wasn't thinking as an item discussion, but I know I kind of mentioned, I think, with Francis about this, because I'm not sure what triggers or who, we have these things happening at Upland Beach, right? Yep. Which was a pretty big event that was published on social media. There's one that I saw today on Corey Avenue that I quite don't understand. When you do a road closure, and if this has been approved, it's not the market, it's apparently a wedding, second-year wedding. I don't know if you got wind of this, but I'm like, how does someone hold a wedding anniversary and close a street, and why didn't that come here? I'm not quite sure what triggers it to come, but I think that's pretty significant, and I'm finding that out when I just, and that was on a Facebook post, and I'm like, how did this happen? And not understanding the process. So
yes.
If it's to go to the workshops so we can discuss, or I can't find it myself. I don't know what triggers. I remember at a point when I came to commission meetings hearing certain events coming to commission,
correct,
needing approval. I could think of like when Bella Vista does their Halloween, and there's a closure, and we ask the fire truck to be there, and they block. So for safety for the kids who are out on the street, but that comes to commission. So I don't know, was it done once and then it's a 5-year, stint that they just keep it's approved for 5 years, or does it come back? Just questions, I guess. Similar.
Yeah. So some of the events are administrative, and some of them do require commission approval. Generally, it revolves around alcohol.
Right.
So maybe priority list.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
And then also maybe we can just get a one-page summary from staff at some point in the next 30 days, just as an email to the commission that says, here's special events, this is what triggers, this is administrative, this is what triggers a commission vote. Mm-hmm. And that way, with references to the code wherever it is, because it, yeah. Does that sound?
Clarity is good.
And then lastly, we have the freebie. Maybe, if I may, on the freebie, since we've brought this up now, this is the third or fourth time this year that we've had a conversation with freebie about their tip jars. I've received pictures from residents just this past week, again, about tip jars in the freebie. If you're all on board with this, I think at this point, we just put them on notice and just say, look, you're in breach of contract. You know, you have 30 days to come into compliance, or whatever the terms of the contract specify in the case that there is a breach, and just let them know, you know, at this point, you are, again, we have documentation, so it's just, I don't really want to keep having this conversation with them.
I'm assuming that's directed to the city manager?
Yes.
Do you really want 30 days to remove a tip jar? Or do you want something shorter?
A week, tomorrow.
I think they're saying that, putting them on notice that they're breaching because of the tip jar. That's what I heard.
Yeah, they're in breach. I mean, their contract specifies no tipping. They're not allowed to accept tips, never mind actually solicit them.
So I could just put them on notice and say immediate compliance.
Okay.
Okay.
Great. Okay. All right, next we have reports. City Clerk.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. I have issued quite a few doodle polls. I know that name isn't the most popular, but it is very effective. So I actually just issued one based on the conversation we had for boards and committees. So I gave you 2 dates, one in October, one in November, so follow the instructions in the email. I also issued one for the priority work session. Everyone except for Commissioner Robinson has responded. It does look like October 19th, so are you able to tell me now if Saturday, October 19th at 9 a.m. works for you?
It will be, it will.
It will work for you. Okay,
I'll make
so
it work.
I will send a calendar invite for that to get that on your books. I also issued a doodle poll for the joint workshop for the Historic Preservation Board and City Commission. 7 of the 10 have responded. It does look like it's going to be either Monday, October 7th at 4 p.m. or Tuesday, October 8th at 4 p.m. Tuesday, October 8th is a City Commission meeting, so I would prefer to do it that day, but I still need 2 more Historic Preservation Board members and 1 City Commissioner to respond. The September 23rd agenda format will be a little different. The City Manager and I discussed what happened this evening with the budget meeting and then the regular commission meeting. Statutory does not require what we've been doing. It's just been process here that the city has undertaken, but it's not a requirement. So the next commission meeting with the budget will not have 2 separate agendas. You'll have 1 agenda. You will have your presentations first, then you'll go into public hearings, which will outline your ordinance for your millage and then your ordinance for your budget. Also going forward, resolutions can either be adopted on a consent agenda as a consent agenda item, or if they require a public hearing, much like this evening with stormwater, that would be considered an action item. So the city manager is now moving them to either consent or action. You will no longer see a specific segment laid out on the agenda for resolutions. And that is all I have.
Thank you. Would you mind, I know I emailed you about this, but just so that we let the public know, we have an election coming up in November. Generally, it's only the last 30 days of the election cycle, but for national elections, it's a little bit longer. Would you mind just outlining really quickly? So yard signs can be out for any political candidate at this point. 1 yard sign per candidate.
Correct.
Correct.
Yep.
Not in the right of way of the city.
That's
so
correct.
Most likely if you're within 3 feet of the curb, you're probably in the right of way. What am I missing?
And they must be removed within 7 days after the election.
Okay, so they've, perfect. Thank you. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. A quick update on the city attorney process. I am working with our purchasing manager to work you through an interim city attorney selection. On the meeting of September 23rd, we will be, you will see on your agenda a collection of interest from candidates that may be September 23rd, not December. We did send out a request for qualifications last Friday. It is open until September 18th. We will collect that packet and on the 23rd seek further direction from you for the candidates that are interested in the interim role. I also will be presenting some options for you for the permanent selection at that same meeting and seeking direction for that process. And that, lastly, I wanted to let everyone know the city is back on Nextdoor. We do only engage proactively, so we send out information that is important to the community. We do not respond to comments or make comments, so it's just purely a communication mechanism for us to get information out to each of the neighborhoods, and it is subject to public records, so we are working with the city clerk to make sure all of that information is also stored as a public record. End of my report.
Thank you, City Manager. The attorney.
Yes, thank you. I just want to mention one thing with what Francis just said and the fact that we're scheduling all these doodle polls. I just want to make sure there's no consensus that Andrew and I need to be at these joint meetings with Historic Preservation Board and about the boards and committees. I'm assuming it's okay. I think Andrew sent out an email. We'll be at the Planning Board. I was at the Special Magistrate, Board of Adjustment, and City Commission, but unless you give me different direction, I'm just going to plan accordingly to not be at these joint workshops.
Do they have to deal with ordinance change or?
Historic Preservation Board, yeah, but staff has been involved from the beginning. It's and you have a consultant in Tara Salmeri that the city has hired to assist with the overlay. So again, if you want us to be there, then we'll accommodate accordingly. I just want to make sure we're clear. Okay. Is that a yes or no?
Yes. No.
Yes, I don't have to go, or no?
I'm sorry, you're not, can I just modify his request that
Yes.
if I ask the city attorney to be present, that they
Yes.
will make it if there's some legal advice that I think staff may need? Okay, I will try to be prudent. Matthew?
Thank you.
Nothing further.
District 4?
Just a reminder for those residents that are still awake,
That's what I have to.
we'll have a town hall Wednesday, September 18th at the Warren Webster Building. The agenda's on the city website under the District 4 Commissioner, and also you could email me and I could provide you a copy of it. I want to thank the city manager for reigniting the Pass a Grill trash pickup conversation. I know any of the residents that's awake down there now will be happy to hear that, although some of them I think already know. And then the last thing, Mike Clark's not here any longer, but the 29th Avenue seawall looks nice. It's coming along nicely. Have you seen it?
Oh, yeah.
I know you.
Oh, I see it. I think we all.
That's all I have. Thank you.
It's exciting, so.
District 3?
Just to thank the staff for all the hard work for tonight, because I know you're here long hours too, but I know there was a lot of preparation for this budget process, so it's greatly appreciated. So thank you, city manager as well, and attorney, for the work done, and city clerk as well. So thank you.
District 2?
Just wanted to say I do have library hours. I'll be at the library for any meetings from residents. September 16th, that's a Monday, 6 to 7. October 14th, another Monday from 5 to 6. Library hours change in October. November 13th, that's a Wednesday, 5 to 6 p.m. And December 16th, Monday to 6 p.m. And again, for anybody who's awake, just wanted to let residents know that the Quarry Landings project is back with the new developer. Does not have a project name. It is all 3 parcels. It includes Charlie's, Blue Parrot. It is a new concept. Instead of rentals, it is luxury condos, looking at about 170 of them. All the parks and the residential benefits previously stated are supposed to remain at this point, but there has been no official new CUP or meeting to that effect. But I did want people to realize that's back on the table, or will be somewhat back on the table. And lastly, I just wanted to correct my bad last meeting. As far as board members, just to be clear, John Kursman from the Beach Stewardship has remained. Board of Adjustment is Chris Core. Finance and Budget Review Committee is John Sam or Isaac. Historic Preservation Board is Holly Young. Library Advisory Committee is Maggie Milton. Parks and Recreation is Jane Stiddick. And Planning Board is Cindy Perry. And that's all I have.
Thank you. District 1.
I'll make it brief. I'm very excited in our district that Tiki Bagel just opened on 75th in the Old Gales Diner. And so I know everybody is super excited to see something back in that space, and it's fantastic. And for all the residents in District 1, it looks like if they haven't all been done yet, a lot of those boxes that are sunk in the ground that have been missing covers for months, that have some sort of Frontier Communications equipment in them, are getting covers back on them. So that's great news, and that's all I got.
Excellent.
Can I ask a question since she said, do you know if that's citywide?
I don't know. I haven't searched them out. I just know the ones in my neighborhood are getting covers on them.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone. It's been a long night, and we are adjourned.